Oh, good morning. Hey, good morning, everyone. May I request everyone to please take your seats? How is it? Okay, good morning. Welcome to the second day of the Model City workshop here. I think we had a fantastic day yesterday, and I'm sure there are a lot of mixed feedback that I have received. I'm sure everyone is sharing and collaborating, trying to help the collaboration build. We had three fantastic panels. The panels on the concepts and scope kind of talked about it's not about lab testing. Model City is not about lab testing. There are a lot of labs across the nation. It's more about realistic urban kind of a setting testing. And then it talked about what the PCAS is saying and the urban realistic. And I know there are a lot of things about canyons and non-canyons. Is it only canyon? Am I out already kind of thing? And also people talking about if you're just going for pure canyons of New York, maybe it's not even going to take off because it's so difficult to conduct realistic testing in a big city like that. So that's one thing. The other thing is it's about multiple cities, not just one, not just San Diego just because Navy is there, but there are a lot of other places kind of thing. And also talk about based on needs and feeds and choices. And FCC and NTIA also mentioned about the key initiatives that are in the pipeline in terms of 3.5 gig, 5 gig and stuff, which will need a lot of Model City testing, which might be helped by the Model City testing. And also the concept of governance being extremely important and key. Then we had the private-public partnership panel, which talked about municipalities are extremely important. They will do whatever it takes if you can really bring them and if they see a benefit, if they can. So that's a part of how do you build the collaboration. It's really about getting everyone on board. Funding, and there are people who talked about funding. There are people who said funding is not really a constraint as long as the stakeholders are ready to chip in. To DOD kind of coming and saying funding is essential, especially on the federal side. So it's kind of in between. One saying, don't worry, everything will happen, maybe on a small scale, to someone saying, yeah, definitely we need funds. And there was also a nice haiku, which I'm still thinking about the meaning. I want to try and repeat what Daniel said yesterday. I thought he said, wireless isn't, network aren't, communication is. So, maybe you want to... merged perfect together. So you want to still think about the haiku and try to see what it means by the end of the day, maybe. Then we talked about technologies, R&D. So where it takes, I think everyone said from the academia, industry, and government says, extremely important to test it. There are technologies that are available, but integration is key. There are a lot of bits and pieces everywhere, but then you got to bring it together and then test it in a model city. It is necessary, Model City testing is necessary to create trust and prove outside the lab environment. And then there were talks about different TRL levels, what kind of TRLs, the technology readiness levels as defined in the DOD documentation 1 to 9, what can you really bring in? And obviously many of them really stated that when you want to come to the Model City, you want to be at a very high TRL level so that you have already ironed out the issues at other places in the labs and other kind of federal, non-federal labs and facilities before you come to the Model City. That doesn't mean what's the scale of the Model City or what big the city is, but really the technology should be kind of at a level where you can take advantage of such a big, major, nice collaborative effort. Many implied that interference enforcement and also the exciting idea of heterogeneous testing in terms of unicast, multicast, and broadcast kind of applications. And also it's not about just access, but innovative, creative applications in multiple sectors, which can be, whether it is smart grid, healthcare, and other kind of sectors which can really take advantage of this spectrum sharing testing. So those are some of the concepts, and I know I kind of hit some of the things which was very apparent to me, which I was listening potentially, and I'm sure there are others. If you think I've missed something, so please let me know, and I can include it as a part of the final report that I'll be making for our own selves. Okay, and a lot of people felt great, and I heard some people saying, yeah, this is fantastic. I've never been in such a thing where it is really focused, very relevant. People go in somewhere where we hear something that we don't really know. So I think that was good. Thank you for those comments. And also there were people who said, I missed the interaction. So a lot of gush of questions coming at me. I'm forced to use some cards, and I'm not able to talk freely. But that was supposed to be like that yesterday with the panel setup. But hopefully today it will be a very different experience, where yesterday only few people were really working hard in terms of the panelists and moderators. Today every one of us will be working here in terms of two of the major breakouts. But before the major breakout happens, we are going to be having 11 lightning talks, if you will, where different people come and talk about their ideas, their vision, if you will, as to how the model city should evolve, and they have, every one of you got an opportunity to sign up for it. So we have 11 people who are going to be speaking. The first 5 will be sitting, and then we'll bring in the next 6 after the 5 is done, just to make those things easier here. That will be moderated by Walter Johnston, who is sitting in front of me. And then we get into this more detailed breakout session where everyone will have an opportunity to speak and give their opinions and views and what can happen and what they see should be happening. In terms of the governance aspect, where we have 3 different modules, if you will, within that session: the management and oversight, process and funding, and funding models. Okay, and how the process should work, and I'm sure there'll be a lot of details that'll be worked. That will be moderated by Michael Ha from FCC and myself from NTIA. And we have 3 different coordinators from the industry and academia and the government side coordinating that. Then we have the technology breakout, which will be happening in the first floor. Matthew will be talking about the logistics of it pretty soon. And the technology will focus on spectrum issues, testing, and then data handling. I think these 3 are extremely important if you're going to launch this model city program. So we want to get a lot more feedback from you on this. And hopefully there's a 50-50 kind of roughly split, so where we have a good interaction going on and get some good feedback. And most importantly, Chairman Wheeler is speaking at 1:15. And once again, Matthew will be emphasizing, please be here at 1:15. So the lunchtime is pretty less, but please be here. Okay, that's it from my side. I would now request Matthew to pass some of the other logistics related information, and we'll take off from there. Thank you so much. Once again, welcome to the second day.
Okay, just very quickly before we begin the lightning round presentations, as Rangam mentioned, that we will have 2 breakout sessions. The governance breakout session will be held here and will actually be streamed live. And so if you are watching remotely and have a question for the governance breakout sessions, you can submit it to livequestions@fcc.gov. The second breakout session will be, the technology one will be held in another room, actually in conference room 1 south. So on the first floor, which is just, I guess, 2 floors up, in the southern side of the building, and there'll be staff here that will help escort you and show you the direction up there. That will not be live streamed and just open to just attendees of the workshop, but we will have a recap that will be live streamed in here that will discuss both breakout sessions in detail. And as Rangam mentioned, after the breakout sessions, we will have lunch. There are a couple options: the cafeteria, which staff will escort you to the cafeteria. If you aren't interested in the cafeteria, there are also several in any given day, there's several food trucks that are out front, right on 12th Street, and then LaFont Plaza, which has kind of a food court, if you will, is only about a 5-minute walk from here. And please be promptly back here by about 1:10 because the chairman will be giving some brief remarks at 1:15. And before I turn it over to Wendy, who will discuss some members of academia that are here about travel reimbursement, just want to reiterate that during the lightning round, there will be no Q&A because we have a short amount of time to cram in several very interesting presentations. So please don't ask any questions, but feel free to approach the presenters during lunch or any time during the day. Thank you. Wendy.
Very briefly, first of all, there's been questions about your badge. And when you leave at lunch, you do keep your badge. You will have to go back through the screening, whether it's from the cafeteria or you're going out the front door. So just keep your badge. Don't lose it, or you'll have to go through the whole process again. And as far as any of you who have applied or are thinking of applying for reimbursement for travel, those who qualify, academic, nonprofit, local government, I think we've communicated up till now. You will need to sign in to prove your attendance. I have a sheet over at the table, so sometime today stop over and make sure you sign in so we can prove that you were actually physically here. And I will have instructions for how to submit your receipts and your claims, and I should have those instructions in printed form after lunch today. If not, you can ask me and I'll send them to you via email after the workshop. So thank you.
Okay, now I'd like to turn it over to Walter Johnson from the FCC, who will be moderating the lightning presentations. Walter.
Thank you. There's really not much to say on this other than we've had two speakers already comment. I'll add that we were really interested in getting the broadest perspective in terms of what should be the objectives for a model city. Given the number of speakers, the standard workshop arrangement did not seem adequate. We came up with the idea of using a lightning round. We don't often do that here at the Commission. It's done commonly in Internet conferences and Web 2.0 conferences. So we thought this might be appropriate. We have 11 speakers. They're going to have 5 minutes apiece. It's going to be a challenge to get through all these presentations, and hopefully we'll get some good ideas out of it. So we've got the first set of speakers who will come up to the table, and you have the choice of either speaking from your seat or speaking from the podium, however you feel appropriate. We only have one of these in the Commission. So, and the entire work of the Commission will fall apart if this breaks. So we're always cautioned by the AV people never to throw this, always to hand it to a trusted party. Our first speaker will be Sumoon Banerjee from the University of Wisconsin at Madison.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Hopefully you can hear me. Would the slides be coming up?
Yeah, can you get the slides up, please?
Thank you. So I'm a professor in computer science and electrical engineering at the University of Wisconsin, and today I'm going to give you a little bit of a sneak peek at some of the things we are doing in Madison. We have what we think is a template of, we call it a living lab, but it essentially looks like a model city for wide area wireless experimentation. And we are actually partnering with a lot of interesting local organizations, including the City of Madison, local ISP, Metro bus transit system, and they are providing interesting components to our efforts. So what have we done so far? So we actually have deployed some experimental and commercial grade wireless hardware going across different technologies. We have some TV white space infrastructure. We have some WiMAX infrastructure. And we have, through the city, permission to deploy this infrastructure in multiple water towers, various tall buildings through our partnerships. Access points can be installed in various businesses, in city utility poles. And an important component of our design, we thought for experimental infrastructure, is to provide a kind of redundancy that is very useful when you want to actually live with real users. So the idea is that each component of the infrastructure will have something that is commercial grade, which will be fairly robust because it's been time tested, and something experimental. And when you're trying out an experiment, we can try and send everything through the experimental path. If that somehow fails because your experiment isn't going too well, you would have the opportunity, or the infrastructure has the opportunity to switch it to the commercial grade component so that the users do not experience significant disruptions. Now, we feel this is a very useful concept because users, if they see too many disruptions because your experiment isn't doing as well, may get turned off and say, well, I don't want to use this, it's really not very interesting. So I think this is a very interesting cornerstone of our infrastructure that we have planned. The other thing we have been working a lot over the last about 4 or 5 years is we are working with a lot of local users, and one of them is the city metro bus system. The city has about 200 plus city buses that ply different routes, and we actually go and deploy our hardware on the buses for various applications. And on the pictures you see one of the buses. Inside the bus we have mounted screens where you can post messages and information remotely through our infrastructure. And you can also do interesting experiments. People in the bus connect over a simple Wi-Fi network to our gateway in the bus, and then the gateway can connect over many different wireless technologies that we provide as experimental infrastructure, which could be WiMAX, TV whitespace, and so on. So that's sort of where we are. We have a number of partners. I briefly discussed them. So the university, my group, and a few other people on the campus, we provide the technology leadership. Industry has provided us with backhaul capability. We have a citywide fiber network, which is very useful because we can connect our infrastructure to this fiber network at interesting points. A local ISP called Five Nines provides some of that. They also provide some operation support in installing a lot of infrastructure. The city of Madison's engaged with us. They provide some interesting applications. And then the users, one of the interesting ones is Madison Metro, which is, we are talking about this idea of connected vehicle. The US DOT is, of course, pushing the idea of connected vehicles US-wide, and we have the opportunity to trial that across the city of Madison as well. So here is a very high-level potential map of some of the plans we have. Not all of it is done yet. We are laying out few things with WiMAX and with TV white spaces across the city. The idea would be to cover, let's say, 60 square miles with towers that we can place. Of course, what hardware goes in still needs to be determined in the future. But again, all of these will be available in a controlled way for experimentation, for users that want to do experimentation with some volume of real users who will then be allowed to also use it both across campus, city, and other participants in the infrastructure. So there is a lot of other details how we lay this out. This federation is very important across infrastructure that's brought by different parties, and we have already done some of it ourselves today. We have laid out some of these base stations, laid out some of these, we call them Wi-Fi converters, because not everybody will have access to WiMAX or other client devices, so we provide Wi-Fi converters to let them access it. So all of this is really ready to go. So that's all I have. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker will be Bob Bromley from Site Development.
Yesterday, I'm pleased to be here, and yesterday, from what I understand, a reference was made that possibly one idea that someone should pursue is building a city in the desert to basically test. Well, since 2009, that's exactly what we've been doing. I want to introduce to you the Center for Innovation, Testing, and Evaluation, or CITE. Let's see, am I hitting the right one? Yeah, there it goes. What we're doing is we have, in 2009, we developed a relationship with the state of New Mexico, essentially evidenced by an MOU with the state to design and build a test city, but more importantly, a model city that is a replica of a regular American city. It would be what we refer to as a legacy city, or popularly known as a dumb city. It's not a smart city. Below it is a network operating center, which will run the city and do essentially all the data collection and city management activities that you would find in a regular operating environment. There on the slides here are a couple of links to an industry day presentation we did in Palo Alto and in Raleigh, laying out the whole concept of the city. But why we're doing this is essentially the access to federal labs or commercial labs, we have a lot of them in the country, is pretty difficult. If you're a private company and you're trying to get to, say, a federal lab, access is an issue, IP protection is an issue, cost is an issue, relationships are an issue in terms you have to have a sponsoring agency possibly. Our view is that a privately owned, privately operated facility open to everybody was an alternative a way of going about this. So we identified New Mexico as the location. As you can see on the slide, the footprint, it's 26 square miles. It is uninhabited. The goal would be to essentially build below ground an infrastructure that would essentially run the entire operation, fiber optics, energy, communications from a standpoint of a data center, cloud computing center, and a network operating center, and then build on top of this infrastructure what would be the city. The city itself would be sitting on about a square mile, and it would be, we essentially use Rock Hill, South Carolina as our model. It would have a downtown, it would have an old town, it would have 100 homes of different sizes and shapes built into cul-de-sacs. It would have the legacy energy because it's a legacy city, but it would be wired up, state-of-the-art, for plug-and-play sensors and monitors so that someone who'd want to come in and test there or demonstrate there would be able to have the underlying infrastructure to do that. Data collection would be in the network operating center below ground. That would be connected out to the grid on both on black, gray, and white fiber. It would be managed in the network operating center, and then when essentially your testing results have been obtained by you, all of that information would be dropped off the server. The city itself is at the point now, it's gone through CE, environmental studies. We've located the property. It's west of Las Cruces, east of Deming, New Mexico. The estimated cost of the facility is approximately $550 to $600 million. Again, it's private. So we're in the process now of doing that next step, which is essentially raising the capital. Fundamentally, this is an all-users facility, meaning, in other words, it's open to the federal labs, who we have had a lot of work with in New Mexico, primarily Sandia and Los Alamos. It's open to research universities. It's open to commercial firms. But what it is not a grant applicant. We do not seek grants. We do not compete with our customers for grants. We essentially are a venue. We want to be a preferred venue, both commercially, say for IoT, for DoD. As it was referenced yesterday, we think we have the scale, scope, remoteness, lack of predictability, in other words, the real world, and the law of unintended consequences all running at the same time like you'd find in a populated city, just without the people. And by removing the people except where they're needed in the experimentation phase, you essentially can do a lot more testing, a lot more demonstration, and a lot more field trials before ultimately the product you're working on or the service you're working on is going to places like Madison or other small towns near you. It's an opportunity to test it and possibly even certify it before you put it into the mainstream of the community you're going to. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I've been asked to remind remote viewers that these presentations are available at presentations at www.fcc.gov/events, and the presentations we're going through right now are the first listed. Okay, our next speaker is Stan Causey from the Department of Justice.
Good morning. My name is Stan Causey. I'm with the Department of Justice and actually work for the Drug Enforcement Administration as an engineer in our Office of Investigative Technology. Can I have slides, please? Yes. So what brings us here is our interest in having opportunities to solve some of the problems that we have. The constant loss of spectrum for DOJ and other federal agencies is beginning to really constrain our operational needs for putting up certain types of video and audio products, especially in the urban areas, but really anywhere. And now we're at the point where we can no longer not easily survive on discrete frequencies and channelize communication. So in that process, we looked out to other opportunities and other research that's going on to find, in our case, we're exploring new waveforms and new ways of being able to collaborate and share space, RF space at the same time without interfering with one another. So that's the why, the sharing. We need to develop a methodology for sharing. And one of the problems that we have is pre-coordination with us, in other words, trying to coordinate with our sister agencies. And the way our issues come up suddenly and quickly, where we have to go out and install equipment that may be up 30, 90, maybe 120 days, and then taken down, it's very difficult for us to coordinate. And because of the nature of some of the investigations we do, coordination becomes very difficult because we can't tell other people where we are necessarily or what we're trying to do. So we've looked for a number of different types of waveforms. We've identified some that we think have merit, that actually use new technology, new algorithm techniques for putting the information over the wire. And we use a lot of video, so it's a particularly difficult signal. It's continuous, it's wide band, and it has a lot of information. And as the engineers and scientists in the room will understand, it doesn't fit into a database model very well either, because once we capture a channel, we're going to have it for, like I said, 30, 90, maybe 120 days or longer, and that becomes very difficult in limited bandwidth. So the how. So we'd like to identify wide candidates of new waveforms that we could potentially exploit for this purpose, find a city with significant opportunity to do the testing, and therefore that's why we're interested in the Model Cities program, because that would give us an opportunity to go into space with other users, and we want other users present, and try to validate the fact that these new waveforms or techniques can actually work in a non-interfering basis with other commercial and government users. The test dynamic, I mean, to be able to do sense and avoid type technologies, to do dynamic spectrum access, and to do it, for us, we have to do it in a way that we don't have to constantly talk to other people to coordinate it. Like I said, the nature of our investigations and the mission means that once we're up, we'll be up for a while, and it's very difficult to come along as a second federal user and be told you can't turn your equipment on because there's no usable bandwidth. For many times for us, that would not be a very pleasant option for us. Thank you.
All right. Our next speaker is Aaron Deacon from Kansas City Digital Drive.
Thank you. And I don't have slides, so sorry for those of you watching online who may not be able to find this later. That was a great lead-in. Stan, thank you. There's a lot of talk about the technology and about Spectrum. I don't know much about Spectrum, so I'll be up front with that. KC Digital Drive is a nonprofit in Kansas City that started 4 years ago when we were preparing for Google to lay out gigabit fiber and trying to figure out what we do with that. And so I'm going to focus a little bit on the city side of the model city rather than on the technology side, but the reason that was a good intro was because cases like that, where you need to identify commercial interests, where you need to identify federal partners, where you have a fairly specific idea, to me the city that is chosen, or the group of cities that are model cities, need to have the capacity to connect those ideas, to sort of understand those ideas, and then find the right resources and partners within the community to see if it makes sense to make it a reality, and then to execute on that. So I'll give a few characteristics, or a few sort of things that I think we need to be thinking about in terms of what we want a model city to be, and then a few examples of things that are project testbed kind of environments that I think are relevant, that we've seen in Kansas City, but obviously that exist in other places too. So the first of those is really, that the cities don't care that much about the technology. Cities don't care about Spectrum. Cities don't care about gigabit fiber. And most of the people, if I'm talking to teachers or if I'm talking to healthcare people, it's really hard for them to get their heads around these concepts. They do care about use cases. So you've got to have some organizational capacity that plays that intermediary role. There was some talk yesterday about how much we talk about applications, or how much we talk about, just sort of this more lab environment, even though it's post-lab. But I think to get real city engagement and community engagement, you need to be thinking at the application layer. And so we need to have an environment where, yes, we can test some of the theoretical suppositions, but how does that work in practice? And then from that organizational capacity, you need to really have a city that has good convening power, that has credibility to talk about technology issues across a broad swath of the user population within the city. Ideally, you'll have capacity within the model city organization locally to implement projects and to follow up on projects and to really test some discrete applications. And the third thing that I think is really useful is to think about a city that has multiple jurisdictions that you're working across, so that because one of the things you'll encounter, and when you see this with the public safety stuff especially, is you don't want to just be working within one regulatory environment on a local municipal level. So with those sort of factors in mind, there are three separate things when I started learning about this model city stuff maybe a year ago that seemed like interesting potential applications. One of those was we have a mesh Wi-Fi network project that started trying to bring internet service to public housing projects and other low-income housing projects, and there was a really grassroots group that started developing this whole sort of program where they would train people in these areas how to use technology. They'd give them routers, they'd teach them how to program their routers, and with the idea that this free wireless network would build over time. One of the problems that he ran into was the really polluted spectrum for Wi-Fi sharing by some of the cable providers locally. And he was really interested in whether there were other bands available to potentially facilitate some of that Wi-Fi in low-income housing areas. So that would be one application. We started working with Cisco. This is sort of at the other end of the scale on a smart and connected communities project. We're putting in a downtown streetcar line, and they're still a little bit vague about what exactly they want to do. It involves lots of sensors, it involves lots of infrastructure, and it involves lots of Wi-Fi. But one of the interesting components, aside from the infrastructure, is the incubator partnership, where they're going to open up data from this project and make a really forward effort to engage entrepreneurs and other stakeholders within the community in how to develop applications and use cases for all of the technology that they're putting in. So where you have places that have an existing project, not just from an infrastructure standpoint, but from a how to develop uses for that infrastructure, I think that's an important part of the model city. And then finally, if you have bigger technology providers, Google, Milo Medine, who's their VP of Access, presented a slide maybe 2 months ago at another conference talking about using their in-home routers to deliver 17 gigabits per person within discrete areas by using dynamic spectrum sharing. Having people like that with sort of projects in mind, I think, is really useful.
Okay, thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Fuhr from Oak Ridge National Laboratories.
Hey there, thank you, Walter. And good morning to each of you, both near and far. Thank you for coming here. We have a number of dense slides, if you'd be so kind as to put the slides up here. Once again, as Walter said, as the moderator said, you can download all these materials online, and you may find that of interest. Anyway, we'll see what happens. So I'm here with my colleague, Ken Tobin from Oak Ridge National Lab. He's over here in the audience. So if there are questions, you can ask me. If they're difficult questions, you can ask Ken. And we're here to discuss a possibility of a partnership that we see. We're a national lab with the Department of Energy. Through the Office of Science, we're actually the nation's largest national lab. And we have quite the activities underway in public safety and the Internet of Things. But think energy, think DOE, and it's the grid. So there's all this grid-related, smart grid and related activities that are underway. We're located right near Knoxville, Tennessee, in East Tennessee, and it's a population of around 300,000. It's got varied topography. It's got its versions of canyons, not quite like you'd find in some of the other areas and jurisdictions. And we have a really nice relationship that works back and forth with the city. So I'm here to present an idea or ideas that come from both Knoxville and Oak Ridge National Lab. It's one of these DOE facilities. So one of our focuses, I get to change it. Oh, yes. So those right here in the audience, it's difficult to see them on the screens in the back. These screens here are better. Just download the slides if you'd like. Wendy was so kind. And once again, Rangam and Matthew, thank you for setting up this particular forum. And it's nice to have a lightning round. We can hear colleagues and potential collaborators and see what would happen. When Wendy sent out one of the requests of, if you're interested in doing this, she asked questions. What would you do? And this specific slide addresses those. And I'll run through some of the items that are listed, or you can download them and see them yourselves. The graphic on the right-hand side looks at many aspects related to the grid itself. Smart grid, Oak Ridge National Lab is one of the smart grid laboratory. We're inside the SGLC, the Smart Grid Laboratory Consortium, like many of our other colleagues, Sandia, Idaho, and many other national labs. We have vehicle-to-grid integration activities that are underway, fairly extensive building technology, looking at microgrids and how they can impact things. And these are all users. We see this as users of shared spectrum in terms of Internet of Things and devices that industry wants to put to support such activities. And that's a focus. So it's public safety, but it's also looking at IoT, and it's looking at applications in the grid itself. So bullet-wise, over here, it's what would you do? Deploy coordinated shared spectrum systems for mobile broadband, Internet of Things, conduct cybersecurity assessments and vulnerabilities. We have major activities at our lab that do this. And we would continue. Virtualization, we have the nation's largest high-speed computers, the high-performance computers. One day they're the best in the world, next day is China, back and forth. We have these facilities that are accessible to many, many organizations. In the next slide, Wendy asked, why? Why would you do this? And from the city's perspective, it's like the first thing, addressing the communication needs of the community and not having to absorb a mortgage with the fiber infrastructure and so on. Is there a way to do this easier? Provide coverage and connectivity for underserved community members. And so the why is sort of understood, but here it's actually drawn out. Utilize wires, wireless sensors, energy delivery systems, etc. And perhaps also with access to a national lab where we have restricted and controlled RF jurisdiction over our facility, you can do pre-validation of various activities. The last slide we have here is very dense again, so you may wish to download it. And Wendy asked the question, how would you do it? And what we're looking at is also renting the spectrum and doing arbitrage, spectrum arbitrage. Do you actually rent frequencies? Do you rent use of the spectrum, and is there a money transaction? And should we actually adopt that? There are many other things. From a national lab perspective, we have radar waveforms that we can actually apply in subject controlled environments to all this sort of other things you may call interference. On the bottom of this, we list many activities and organizations we've contacted and are interested in this. Some of the telcos for mobile broadband, device manufacturers, the industrial device manufacturers, they're represented GE and Foxborough, and Honeywell and Emerson and many others we already have activities with. The Tennessee Valley Authority, TVA, EPRI itself, Electric Power Research Institute, has expressed interest in this sort of collaboration sense. And then I hit the Oak Ridge Association of Universities. It's over 100 universities that have access into the lab, and we can share all these resources. University of Tennessee, Wisconsin, New Mexico, certainly Virginia Tech, we work with them all the time, and many others. And on the lower right-hand side, it's actually looking at standards also. We've talked to IEEE and ISA for standards development that could pop out of such a collaborative activity. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Okay, we're going to execute a complex and possibly dangerous maneuver. I'm going to ask the speakers presently sitting down to get up and vacate their seats, and the next set of speakers, if you could come up to the table, and let's see if we can do this without anybody getting hurt.
While we're changing everything out, there is some coffee and pastries and donuts in the back table here if anybody would like some.
And I don't have to move this right now from her own money, so thank you.
I don't have to move. All right. Sure. Yeah, that's okay. I got comfortable. Got my seat.
Okay, that was nicely done. Okay. We will take a minute for coffee. We tried this earlier at a practice session. We had 12 speakers. Now we're down to 11. So I'm very happy to see that there were no injuries this time. Yes, you know about the clicker.
Can't throw it.
Can't throw it. All right, we're going to get started. Our next speaker is Greg Lappin. Greg represents the radio amateurs of the United States, and he also happens to be an FCC TAC member.
Well, welcome. Thank you for coming to hear this. I've been very excited about coming to speak about model cities because I think instead of talking about an experiment for the model city, I want to talk to you about a potential resource that you can use in a model city, and that would be amateur radio. For those of you who haven't kept up with amateur radio, radio amateurs, I often hear the question, does amateur radio still exist? And why is it there? Because of the internet. And actually, amateur radio is thriving. So when I got into it in 1970, there were 1/3 the number of radio amateurs as there are today. And also, I hear from many of my colleagues in the engineering world, why would we use an amateur to do something professional? And the only difference is that amateur in this case means someone who does it for the love of it. And the technical prowess of amateurs has always amazed me. Radio amateurs are everywhere. That's why they're a good resource. And unlike many people, they understand the technical basis of radio. If any of you have tried to hire technicians with a good radio background, you know what I'm talking about. The radio amateurs also, in addition to book learning, have practical experience in dealing with different signal strengths, in dealing with interference, lots of interference, in dealing with different types of antennas, and with propagation. Another advantage of radio amateurs is they have a very strong tradition of public service. They volunteer constantly. Again, they're amateurs, so they volunteer, and they volunteer constantly to work with public safety and to work with anyone else who needs help with communications. Now, if you're going to talk about a model city, you're going to find amateur radios in the model city. The numbers I've put here are really from the FCC database, which is probably an overestimate. Some of them, I'm sure, are not active amateurs anymore, but they have the license still. But still, the numbers are pretty daunting. In New York, great big city, we see 3,600 plus licensed radio licenses. In Los Angeles, almost 2,400. In Chicago, over 1,500. Houston, almost 4,000. And Philadelphia and Phoenix have quite a few as well. And even in medium-sized cities, you see a lot of radio amateur licenses. You can look at on the slides at those big numbers. To give you perspective, I live in a little suburb of 18,000, and we have 90 radio amateurs just in that little town. Also, amateurs are using frequencies near where you're going to want to use your frequencies. This is a list of amateur radio allocations, frequency allocations in VHF and higher. They use a lot in the HF region, but a lot of testing in model cities will be at VHF and higher, and you'll see that there's an amateur radio band somewhere near just about everywhere where you would want to do testing. Now, why is that important? Because if you're going to do some testing, there are a lot of real-world effects that you aren't going to hear on your channel. Real-world effects such as when somebody is working with trying to listen to a weak signal and you're very close in frequency with a lot of power, they may hear you. The intermodulation problems are legendary in big cities. And if you can recruit radio amateurs to listen, and listen on their frequencies and on other frequencies, you might find out about certain problems with incumbents that you may not have found out with otherwise. So let me conclude with why radio amateurs. Radio amateurs are a service that use frequency bands that are somewhere near you, widely dispersed through the spectrum, and there's a good chance that they're somewhere near that you are. They'll work without wanting to get paid. They communicate with weak signals, and any test plan would make good use of them. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Zachary Champ from PCIA.
Well, thank you. It's great to be here today. It's been great to watch the collaboration that's taken place over the last day. A number of agencies and experts coming together to solve a problem of our time and come up with great solutions. I think I have a couple very basic technical slides, but as we all know, the wireless infrastructure network is evolving. What was once a macro network has become something that has underlay, so where there's capacity issues, small cells and DAS systems are installed. We hear a lot about small cells, but if we were to do that just with small cells, it would take quite a few of those cell sites. And so I think we've heard a lot about the fill-in, the sort of the combination of capacity and coverage, where we can cure the urban canyons, which we've been hearing about all week, and the different environmental and geographic aspects, getting above the clutter with pole attachments and those sorts of things. What I want to talk about with my time is a little bit of a, not exactly pumping the brakes, but it's something that I think we should all be mindful of. We hear a lot about the sort of the different labs and the rollouts of how those systems could be implemented in the great technology, the spectrum sharing. We'll see something tomorrow. It's very exciting. But model cities should have local policies favorable to broadband deployment. It should incentivize the rollout of these solutions, whether that's favorable pole attachment regimes, things like the shot clock, which we're all under here on the lightning round, helps to get to a decision faster, and so that there can be greater certainty for the build out of these systems going forward. So in that, some of the necessary policies that we see and like discussed in this forum are favorable zoning laws, access to rights of way, pole attachments, whether that's looking at some of the electrics that would be owning or operating these poles and making sure that the 2011 pole attachment order is implemented across the land, whether it's a FCC state or a state that's exercised reverse preemption. The timing, access, and the rates are what really sets the tone for whether a wireless attachment can be implemented into these either legacy or future cities. And then I think it's worth looking at this conversation with what incentives we can look at. There's been a number of conversations about the CAF fund, BTOP, E-rate, looking at what locals and municipalities can do or should have set up so that when they're accepting these funds, they have the policies in place so that when a team is ready to go and deploy the latest technology, swapping out 3G to 4G to 5G, they're not looking at each tower or structure as if it's an entire tall tower with a brand new environmental assessment and Section 106 review for historic preservation. It's something that meets the type of coverage it's providing. So in the 2014 infrastructure order, there was a great deal of streamlining that took place with respect to co-locations. Through the Middle Class Tax Relief Act of 2012, there was something called co-location by right, and a deemed grant provision, whereby sort of an addition to an existing structure that is not a substantial change would not have to go through a great review process. And so these sorts of things are really helping industry plan for and deploy the cities of tomorrow. PCIA has partnered with a number of local and national organizations to work on the implementation phase for the laws and the regulations that are coming out of the infrastructure order, including creating a model ordinance as well as a model chapter and a checklist so that cities can know how to implement these federal rules and policies in a streamlined way so that these technologies can be deployed quickly. And then I'll close with this sort of the hockey stick demand curve. I think in one of our future presentations we'll just put a hockey stick up there and call it a day. But we do know that demand is not ceasing, and this is something that communities can generate revenue and jobs from, and so we want to make sure that that's part of the conversation as well. So, thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Bruce Patterson from the city of Ammon in Idaho.
Thank you. So, my name is Bruce Patterson. I'm the technology director for a small city in southeastern Idaho. About almost 15,000 residents. We're immediately adjacent to the city of Idaho Falls. So I feel like I have to put out some disclaimers here to open with. The first is that I'm a wired networking guy, not necessarily a wireless guy. Do I have some wireless? Yes. How well does it work with my wired? It's a completely separate management system and everything else. It doesn't necessarily follow all the same rules. That's been my experience. The second thing I'll say is not the smartest guy in the room. So having said all that, hopefully you'll bear with me. I'm here because we do have this fiber to the address municipal system that we're working on. And as we're building this out, the City of Ammon's been very dedicated to making this infrastructure open and accessible to all of the end users. We feel like the key to that is software-defined networking. So think of it as virtualizing the network and moving all of the intelligence from the core of the network to the edges so that the service provider and the subscriber can dictate their arrangement on how they're going to connect without the city having to be involved in that. So dynamic virtualization and automation play some key roles in that. So as I was asked to answer these questions, what would you do? You'll notice that I have to relate that to what we're currently doing. I would say what would make sense to me is leverage what we're currently doing and start to add into this idea wireless. So we are now virtualized all the way to the address, but access is going to be wireless. I think we agree on that, which means we've got a segment of the network here that we still need to do some work on to virtualize, and we need to virtualize all the way to that edge device. So we've got some things in Ammon that are already set up that we're working on. Our agreements with our customers, our residents, state that this is a development network that we intend to virtualize in this fashion and that we're going to support public safety and some other functionality. We also have some good partners with the lab that's close to us. We have some middle mile providers that are nonprofit and able to get us to the larger metro areas like Boise and so forth down the interstate corridor. So that's something that we could leverage as well. So why, I think I've touched on. I think it's important because the functionality that we're going to demand out of these systems really requires that dynamic virtualization all the way to the edge device. And it needs to be done in a way that's transparent to the end users. In other words, if you've got an end user that's making this request through the network and there's a problem, he doesn't really want to call the operator or the infrastructure owner and go through the whole problem of trying to figure out what's really going on. So can we make this process more transparent? And again, we have some technology that enables some of that functionality, but I will tell you, getting it all the way to the edge in a production environment, it works great in the lab, guys, and the schools can do it, but doing it at scale in a municipal fiber network is proving to be a challenge to acquire the equipment that actually does that. We're working on very diligently. So I'm going to close with this final slide. It's a little more graphical. Hopefully it'll make sense to some of you. Basically what we're saying is we've got multiple services. We're going to give them all a pipe within the pipe. And what we need to be able to do is take that last segment, that last wireless segment, and virtualize that all the way to that wireless edge device. We've got to take that last edge device and make it aware of the virtual networks. We've got to virtualize the app so it can see its own pipe and connect back to the correct service. Once we do that, we've actually got a commodity piece of wireless hardware that if somebody needs to join a particular service, all we've got to do is authenticate. We don't need to hand them another device like we do today to connect to another service. But we've got this work to do. So if you want my take on it, from our experience and where we sit today, this is an important piece that research and development needs to be done on, and security and testing needs to be worked on. So thank you very much for your attention.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is Ramesh Rao from the University of California, San Diego.
Thank you for this opportunity to share the San Diego story. Let me see if I can get my slides up. San Diego has been mentioned a number of times already, and I'm here to share with you that we are ready and willing to step up to this challenge. Let me step you a little bit through the region that we think of in San Diego as San Diego. To the north, we have Camp Pendleton, the Marine base, very large base where you can do experiments in the field. To the west, of course, you see the Pacific Ocean, and Navy radars have come up in the discussions here, so the opportunity to figure out how that impacts next generation spectrum sharing. Out east is uninhabited terrain. San Diego is not all about urban canyons. You can work your way up to the urban canyon if you wish, but you can start out east where there's a lot of open land. And interestingly enough, to the south we have the U.S.-Mexico border, which is lined not only by the fence but also transmission towers that are blasting away to reach viewers north of the border. So it's a unique radio environment where I think we are capable of doing interesting tests as part of this model city effort. This is an interesting alliance that came together. We had a meeting that brings together the strength of the academic institutions. I'm delighted that Professor Sujit Dey, my colleague who directs the Wireless Center, is here with us. We were not sure how SPAWAR, the Navy lab, would react to this opportunity to discuss spectrum sharing, and we were delighted that Steve Russell, the CTO there, sent some of his technical people, and they were keen on understanding how they might be able to play into this new world rather than stand back and lose potentially chunks of spectrum that they've enjoyed access to. We've also been fortunate to have Daniel as part of the conversations and ways in which we might use the Idaho National Lab facility, if remotely, to conduct experiments before it comes into the field. I have listed a number of the companies. None of them will come as a surprise to you. Qualcomm, of course, very significant wireless player and deeply connected with the university and other players in town. Viasat, satellite providers. Steve Hart was personally involved in the discussions. Cubic is involved, and this was a sentiment that emerged, which is not just think about smart city from the spectrum point of view, not just think of a model city from a spectrum point of view, but also think more broadly. We also have a startup community. We have venture capitalists, incubators. The city is very keen on facilitating this. The EDC folks are quite involved. In terms of an initial agenda, you see a listing, the interplay between the Navy radar and new frequencies that might be critical to 5G systems. It's been discussed in the past. Yesterday is high on the list. We also have collaborations with public safety. We have done drills together, software-defined radio waveforms, how they might coexist, very much part of the agenda. But 5G not only in the sub-6 gigahertz, but higher bands also, the 20 and the 28 gigahertz band. That's an area in which we have interest. This issue of how do you coexist with a radar that does not want to share its waveform with you, it's an interesting problem. And I think we have an interest in studying that. And how does one instrument this region so you can study enforcement, cybersecurity, and do other measurements? And I was only half facetious when I said we are thinking about flying drones with spectrum analyzers to do some troubleshooting. But this has come up, development of new business models. If you're really going to play into this new world where the connectivity might be very dynamic, you want to think in terms of services, you want to think in terms of how you can scale these things across a much larger discipline. And so it's not just doing one hero experiment in one region, but creating something that is scalable and sustainable across the nation. In terms of collaboration modes, one of the ideas that comes to mind is to pool the resources that all these players already have, put it all together and see if we could also take advantage of our unique facilities like SPAWAR and so on, and do some coordinated tests. So different parties might do their own tests, but we time these tests together in a way that allows us to gather information. Final comment, I'm glad that Tyaga is here. In the unlicensed band, so much of the innovation took place because hundreds of PhD dissertations were written, exploring all kinds of new ways in which you could take advantage of unlicensed band systems. So in order for us to do something here in dynamic spectrum sharing, we have to reach out to the academic community and incentivize them, create programs that will produce the kind of innovation that we've witnessed in the unlicensed band. Thanks.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker is, I hope, Subbalakshmi from Stevens Institute.
Hi, I am Shubha from Stevens Institute of Technology. I am a professor there in the ECE department. And let me see if I can get to the slides. Okay. So I'm here to talk about the vision we have for Hoboken as a model city for advanced spectrum sharing technologies. This is also a joint work with my colleague, who's actually not here now. But so what is Hoboken? On the left-hand side, you have that map there. That little thing marked in red, it's a mile-square town. That's Hoboken. You can see a snapshot of it on the right-hand side picture. It's right across from the big city. We've heard a lot about, canyon cities. Hoboken is more of a cenote city. So lots of basement apartments, and when things like Sandy happens, we really look like a cenote. And so, there are already, even on a bright, clear, sunshiny day, these basement apartments have their own challenges with, wireless penetrations and so on and so forth. But even Hoboken as a city has mini canyons. There are dead spots in there. That is an actual problem even without disasters, but we are really thinking more in terms of resilience for this model city. And right by Hoboken, there are a couple of other towns, West New York, which is not in New York, but looks a bit like New York because of all the tall buildings, will be another potential partner later on. So other than just our natural disaster proneness and everything else, there are other things that makes this place a little interesting. We already have a Hoboken Smart City project with Lockheed Martin. This is really more about monitoring the Hudson River for flood forecasting and so on and so forth, which is a big deal for Hoboken. So we plan on sort of bridging to them and sort of leveraging their experiences, potentially adding sensor networks to that and bringing in the big data angle from that perspective. Hoboken Path Station goes underground. New Jersey Transit has already lots of issues with connectivity. New York Waterways close by, and they use satellite communication. So we have a diversity of spectrum. And we also have a fairly crowded spectrum, as in lots of noise and things. And just the urban density of the place is big enough for us to make meaningful experiments there. We already have the Hoboken Township has a very interesting entrepreneur-driven, but really citizen-powered project called Mile Mesh. This was created by 4 local entrepreneurs. The idea they have, and they have already started to implement this, is for citizens of Hoboken, which is about 50,000 strong, pretty tech-savvy folks, buying up mesh nodes and setting them up on their apartments, just basically to get this connectivity going and looking better. So we also have, we have New York City across from us. There is all these across the river experiments that we can try. And we have already received a letter of support from the mayor of Hoboken. She's very, very, very supportive of this project. As I said before, we have a very dense multi-frequency wireless region, and then combined with New York City and the other townships, we really have an interesting experimental setup, really. So we have strong community involvement in terms of the mile mesh network, and the township of Hoboken has just received a storm resiliency project for $230 million. This is all basically as a result of Sandy. So we are planning on, leveraging that as well. Current partnership, Hoboken Township, Stevens Institute of Technology will be leading that. LGS, we have a support letter from them, and Mile Mesh. We are exploring more partners, and so that's our current situation.
All right, thank you. Our final presenter is Stu Timmerman from the Department of Defense.
Good morning. First, let me preface my presentation in saying that I have no connection with the topic that I'm going to discuss, and it's really not a DoD topic. It's just I've been in the spectrum management business area for many, many years, and when the model city concept came forward, I began to think of where would a good geographic location be that we could actually pursue the model city. So as this effort goes forward, I'm just throwing out an idea that we consider using Puerto Rico as a potential area to do some of the model city efforts. Puerto Rico obviously is somewhat isolated from the rest of the United States. It still falls under the jurisdiction of NTIA and FCC, so it has all the rules and regulations that is afforded to it. It's geographically unique in that it has mountains, it's seashore, it has some surrounding islands where you could do different types of experimentation. It is a little bit more than a model city. It could be considered a model island in this particular case. If you wanted to pursue the model city concept, San Juan is roughly the same size as New Orleans. So in population size, I think it falls into a kind of a small, medium-sized city. The entire population of Puerto Rico itself is about 3.7 million people. As Zach's presentation talked about the economics, the one thing that Puerto Rico is suffering from is the loss of some of its population and its economic downturn. So this certainly could be something that may be a economic benefit to the island itself. Some of the unique areas, I think perhaps San Diego may share this also, is the possibilities of doing different kinds of experimentation to find out propagation paths like ducting that will take place in the Caribbean during the summer months, maybe a unique type of thing. The remoteness also may give the capability of doing a little bit different experimentation than perhaps would be allowed in the United States within CONUS. Who knows? And the military is in the area also, so it may afford some of the ship radar experimentation that has been discussed in the past. Again, I don't have any connection with Puerto Rico, and I have not seen that Puerto Rico has necessarily come forward with this idea. So we would, if they would be considered, it would be kind of a ground up of contacting them to see if they were even interested. But it seemed like a potential unique kind of situation that we may consider as we move forward with the model city idea. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to thank all the presenters and perhaps give them a round of applause. Thank you.
A while back.
Yep.
Okay, please take a seat.
Sujit. Okay, I would like to get started with the breakout on the governance. So as we said, there are two breakouts. Governance breakouts is going to be, I think it's one of the critical aspects of the whole Model City program. We have 3 different modules, if you will, within the breakout session. We have about 2 hours of time till 12. So we're kind of thinking about half an hour each. There will be some discussions which might be going from one topic to another, but we try to restrict it if possible and go from topic to topic because the topics are kind of interrelated. They're not totally far off. And so please be precise and short with the questions if possible. And also if somebody is trying to give some answers or participate in the discussion, please participate. There are some mics around. We have a couple of wireless mics. So please raise your hands and the mics will come to you and we'll go from there. The people whom I have, let me introduce Michael Ha. Michael Ha is at the FCC and I'm sure a lot of people know Mike. He has been in the industry and he has tremendous experience in this wireless site sector. So with that, I will ask Mike to introduce the 3 coordinators and the roles of what we are planning to do here and go forward.
Okay. Thanks, Rangam. This is our what we call the coordinators. Jim Craig is from DOJ. His bio is on the brochure, so you can refer to the brochure for the details. And then next is Aaron Deacon from Kansas City Digital Drive. And then our last person here is Targa from NSF. His bio is also in the brochure. So we have a very capable coordinators to go through this very complex topic here. Can we have the slides up, please? Okay. Could you maximize the size? So what we thought we will do is that we will break up this governance in 3 pieces. The first one is a management that will talk about the formations and roles and responsibilities and so forth. The second will be the process. What do they do? Are you doing some sort of a beauty contest? Are you doing some sort of application process? Once they submit their bid, do we select multiple ones and so forth? And the last one, you're talking about the funding. Hopefully, we won't spend too much time about the source of a funding. But then again, I understand that that's going to be a natural course of questions, and we'll talk about that a little bit too. But also, please keep in mind that we're trying to see what the governance do or what it means in terms of a funding, assuming there is some sort of a funding, and different projects will have a different source of funding as well. So this session, as Rangam suggested, it will be very interactive. We consider you to be the panelist. A lot of you have been working on this field for many years and have a good experience. So our coordinators will be throwing out a lot of good questions. And we have a free standing microphone here, so just raise your hand and ask your questions. And also for those on the web, please submit your questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. We'll be happy to bring out those questions as well as the answers. The next slide, please. And we also recognize that this is a very complex topic. Next page. So we try to establish a bit of a bookend that, one end, we're going to have a lot of people coming from more of a smaller, simple project with a shorter duration that may have a different construct of management or the governance in general versus people with a more complex projects with a multi-year schedule. It's going to have a different set of governance in their mind. So let's just be mindful that we're not discouraging anyone coming with a different ideas, but I think it would be very helpful for us to focus more on a generalized model rather than try to pick a corner case and try to solve the problem with that. So with that note, I'd like to pass on this clicker to our first coordinator, Jim, to talk about the management.
Thank you, Michael. So we've got about 35 minutes here to talk about management of a model city or model cities. And from what I heard this morning, there's quite a few cities already out there that are well underway. And I would hope they would speak up and talk about their policies, their structure, and how it works. I mean, really, I think we just take Wrangham and put you guys in a room and close the door for 30 minutes, and you guys come out with, and it's all done, right? But I do expect those folks that have been involved in the project, such as this, to step up with your ideas on management. I'm an old government guy, and I understand government management and government structure, but government structure doesn't always get it. We don't get it right all the time, right? And especially something like this where we have to be innovative, all right, and apply new technologies and do something we haven't done very well in the past is sharing. One thing I heard from the workshop last month was sharing is inevitable. And I've heard government guys say that, and I've heard the commercials say that. The thing we have to do now is move that from a concept into a reality. All right, and I think that's what the Model City program is all about, is moving that into a reality. I took some notes today and yesterday about some of the speakers and panelists to kind of help guide us for the next 30 minutes here, and I want you to just keep these things in mind as we talk about management. What type of management should be established for a Model City initiative? You have to understand the participants. So you see in some of the model cities we have up here, you have state, local, you have private sector, and you have government. We need to define those roles and responsibilities in general. We don't have time today to lay it all out, but I'd like to walk away here with a general aspect of what does that look like, a picture. So it's something we can build upon. It needs to be clear and transparent. I've heard that yesterday, I heard that again today. I heard Wrangham say we need to create trust. That's a big factor for the federal government side, right? Is creating that trust with the private sector and, of course, state and local and city. Policies need to be flexible. Again, the old management style is not going to work here. What should the roles and responsibilities be for FCC and NTIA in general in this? Big players, but what is their roles and what are their responsibilities? And what is the role of academia and the state and local policies? You heard a lot about local policies and how valuable they were to a program such as Model City. So I'm going to quit talking and kind of guide through some PowerPoints, just some reminders here. But to start off is, what should be the process to establish governance or management? Somebody want to speak up, or I'll just pick somebody. But go ahead.
Let's wait for the mic.
And can you introduce yourself?
I'm Sujit Dey. I'm the director of the Center for Wireless Communication at FCC. I want to.
Sujit, the microphone.
The mic is.
I don't think it's turned on.
It's not turned on.
Oh, this one's on.
Yes.
Is it on now?
Yep. No, it's on.
On now? Okay.
No, it is.
Okay. Yes, I'm the director of the Center for Wireless Communications at UC San Diego. I'm Sujit Dey. I wanted to start with a high-level opinion, and I think it does apply to governance. I think this model city effort and the entire spectrum sharing effort will be extremely well served and be successful if we can also think of in terms of this leading to entrepreneurism, leading to new innovations, new companies. I go back a few years to the days of MVNOs, mobile virtual network operators, and there was supposed to be a lot of innovative services on cellular networks. That effort did not come out that well because they had to be buying expensive spectrum from wireless operators. Then came the WiMAX effort, which didn't work out. It created a lot of new opportunities, new companies. For various reasons, it didn't work out. So I feel that spectrum sharing or shared spectrum is a great opportunity to rekindle those hopes of new services, over-the-top services, new companies coming in. And I understand that we are, this effort has to do a lot with local government and federal government, state government, the agencies, the big companies, right? But I would like to see how to bring in the small guys, the small entrepreneurs, and some of whom have flourished before, but could not succeed in the face of competition from the big companies, big telcos, could not do their thing. So I wanted to understand whether that can be a goal for this model city initiative, and how to bring them in, and how to create rules and regulations so that it encourages this kind of entrepreneurship, this kind of free use of shared resources without too much restrictions, and essentially policies which support them.
Okay, thank you. That reminds me, because look, right behind you is a guy named John Hunter from T-Mobile, and I'm going to pick on John here a minute. John, when we first did the AWS 1 relocation, again, I was with the federal government, and we had some challenges with interference and vacating the spectrum, especially in large cities. And one of the things that we did in the government side, and I'll probably get in trouble from NTIA and FCC, I'm falling on my sword here. Well, we went out to, after we did some lab tests in Boulder, we went out to Chicago and did some testing. And the reason I bring this up, and I'll let John talk about it in a second, is there wasn't a lot of management involved in that or governance involved in that. We just went out and did it. And we got some results that were favorable for either one of us, but technology's changed since then. So what I'm trying to say is the process here to put management on top of this can be very simple. It doesn't have to be complicated. And we just need some ideas today about how to process it, how to make that, shape that. What does it need to look like? So, John, if you want to talk about Chicago real quick and what your thoughts from a private sector side, what it should look like.
Yeah, I think first off, I think it's important to figure out the problem you're trying to solve. And that was the issue we were looking at, I think, much to your point about entrepreneurs and things of that nature. What are you trying to get out of a model city? And from our perspective, it's pretty much somewhat virtual. You pick a given market. We tested in the lab over in Boulder, and what we found is the handsets would cause harmful interference to body-worn surveillance equipment. But we wanted to understand the other side. What are these repeaters going to do to a commercial network, the front end of our receivers? So that was fundamentally the problem set that you want to go in to try to study. So I think if you're talking about a model city, it's first and foremost, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to get out of it? And how does it serve the needs? And it's not going to be a one-size-fits-all. We were hearing some of the panelists talk about, urban canyons. Some of these are remote areas. And I think it's a smorgasbord of all of the above. And it's going to take, more than one location to really address the disparate issues that we're going to have to deal with.
Thank you.
I'll go ladies first. Thank you. Hi, I'm Amy Millman. I'm working with Site City. Bob Brumley was talking about his project, 26 square mile city in the desert. Now, to this gentleman's point up here, it is going to be a variety of different models that you're going to be looking at. It doesn't need to be complicated. If we're in a very remote area, you would think the licensing or however you want to put it, the regulatory scenario could be fairly broad. But I think from a business standpoint, and I think from the government side, you want to look at expediency for entrepreneurs, money. I mean, all these things that come into play when you're actually trying to get a business up and running. So it may be something that you want to think about.
Thank you.
Hi, this is Santiago Garces. I'm the Chief Innovation Officer of the City of South Bend in Indiana. And I think that throughout the past 2 days, something that kind of keeps resonating to me is having a clear understanding of who the stakeholders are and being able to communicate value of the things that are going to be happening in the city to all of them. And it might be a little bit challenging because you're almost speaking different languages, right? For the technical people, you're thinking about the spectrum, and then for the resident that might not have that level of understanding, you need to make it accessible, and you need to also present benefits. I think that, as the gentleman from Kansas City that was saying, that the residents need to know that this is something that's going to be beneficial and that's going to add, access to broadband, and it's going to enhance the quality of life, because otherwise it's too much of a lab, but too little of the benefit to the residents that might be impacted through this.
that's where the transparency part comes in, right? Being very transparent of what we're trying to accomplish.
John Zuckerman from Cantor Fitzgerald. So in the last day and a half, no one's mentioned money, really. I mean, how does
coming
this,
to that?
Okay. Well, one thing I think is really important is that, you know, this is obviously a very valuable resource that we're talking about here. And spectrum sharing shouldn't mean spectrum giveaway, right? So there has to be a system in place. Big part of the governance problem should be big part of the governance solution is a system whereby money flows back to the owner of this asset, which is technically, I guess, NTIA, but ultimately taxpayers, so that this works. There's a big pricing umbrella out there. There's the value of the commercially licensed spectrum administered by the FCC. This is incremental capacity that is important for non-civilian users, but also for civilian users. But for it to really work, there needs to be a system whereby the people that administer it get credit for sharing it. So, you know, coupled with that, I think in order to get proper value for the resource, there needs to be total transparency around the civilian use of it so that market participants can see how constrained the resource is, how valuable it is. So it's a combination of having systems in place that make sure that the money flows the right way, and also that the information about the resource's utilization is out there for everybody to see so that the resource gets appropriately valued.
So are you suggesting that you need, even in the model city effort, we need to be aware of the economic value of the spectrum, or instead of just trying to explore the options first and then deal with the value later? I'm sorry.
I'm going to get my steps in today.
I think what I'm describing is more long-term. Okay. Initially, you're going to need to start somewhere and see what's going on. Mm-hmm. But you need to have this in the back of your mind as you're getting going. At a minimum, the use information, the utilization information needs to be public such that you have a record, yes, and you can know how to appropriately price this resource into the future.
So I think what we hear from the last couple of commenters is basically, the incentives or what are the benefits for each stakeholder, whether you're a local government or, federal government or entrepreneur who's trying to bring something in. What do you put on the table, and then what do you walk away from the table as well? So I think we understand that and try to make that process to be as transparent as possible. And I think that's kind of the theme that we're hearing from the last few commenters.
Can I inject at least a comment on transparency? Transparency from a process standpoint is obviously valuable. Transparency from a standpoint of IP is not. Whatever that data is being collected in terms of performance, whether it's on advanced spectrum or appliances that operate off the edge of that spectrum, those who are the user community, at least in our experience, are very, very concerned about the loss of the proprietary value of that information. And so you've got to create you have to have a situation where I agree with there should be transparency to basically establish both management and governance, as well as the return to the taxpayer, assuming that is the ultimate owner of the spectrum that you're testing. But those who are testing and actually gathering test data for their own purposes have to have a way of protecting that, and that's one of the rubs here. When you use either a federal lab or even a private lab, you've got to protect either the client or your own IP.
Just like to comment that I think that topic is covered under Thea's the next process panel. So we'll allocate a little more time to discuss about that, and just noting the time that we have about 15 minutes remaining, and Jim, maybe we can get back to the saddle and talk about more on the governance topics that's more relevant for this.
Again, how do you see the role of NTIA, FCC, and the federal government. Obviously, the federal government being the incumbent in a lot of these cases. All right. So how would you see their role and responsibility? I'm sorry, he's behind you first, then you.
Quick question. I hear a lot of information about stakeholders. I may introduce myself. My name is Ron Connolly. I'm with Alliance Science and Technology on behalf of the Air Force Spectrum Management Office. And my question is, what do you envision the makeup of the selection board being? Because that will take into account a lot of the stakeholders. I mean, I'm assuming it's going to be half FCC, half NTIA, and then different components of that to make sure everybody's well represented. Can you kind of expand on how do you see that panel being, selection panel?
I think this is part of the overall process here. What we're trying to take away today is what is that process? All right. How do we go about management here? What's the process to make that management selection? So, okay, I mean that's a good idea.
Is it on? Okay, by way of background, I work with the NSF-supported Genie project and also with the NSF Cloud project, each of which provides infrastructure, state-of-the-art infrastructure to support research and applications and state-of-the-art applications involving distributed computing and networking. So in my mind, what we're talking about here would be very valuable as an extension to a wireless component. Genie already is supporting a number of wireless projects at Rutgers, for example, at Wisconsin, and a number of other places that are experimenting with LTE and WiMAX. So in my mind, one of the stakeholders for this has to be the research community. And by the way, at no point in the 35 years that I've worked with these industry university projects have any of the industry that we've dealt with viewed our projects as profit centers. So I would hate to see a situation where one of the goals was to feed back funding to the federal government as a result of the innovation that they support. And that's, in fact, in my mind, the role of FCC, NTIA, NSF is to support innovation which will lead to new applications and, as commented by the gentleman from UCSD, to startup companies, economic development, etc. But in addition to the research communities, there are other stakeholders for the model city. There are municipal services, right? There are application developers. There are the telcos. And in fact, none of this will work unless there are meaningful partnerships between the city people, the academics, and the telcos like T-Mobile, Verizon, AT&T. And so this is a very complicated process. With respect to governance, I don't believe there will be a universal governance process. What I would like to see is more of a selection process which designates a number of model cities, each of which has its unique, different type of governance for their project. And then can, the term I guess is let 1,000 flowers bloom, or 100 flowers, however many there were. So anyway, those are my comments. I mean, I think this is much more complicated than what we've done before, and it has to be done with a fairly light hand from government and as a true cooperative partnership with all the stakeholders.
Okay, so
I would agree.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead. So just throw back to the wider audience. I think you're bringing up a point that's very related to this. What if you say we need a lightweight principles, right? The feedback that we want. I mean, the question is, what should those high-level principles be? If you are thinking a decentralized approach is the right way to govern, and if not, if you believe that FCC and NTIA should have a much more stronger hand in it, we want everybody to chime in as to what should those be.
One last comment. The NSF cooperative agreements is perhaps one possible model for the kind of formalization of a partnership.
Yeah.
Thank you.
John Hunter from T-Mobile. Yeah, I wanted to comment also on the funding piece and how that might work. And, we're coming off the heels of one of the most successful auctions, spectrum auctions with AWS-3. There's billions of dollars are going to be left in the Spectrum Relocation Fund as a result of the auction after it met all the statutory requirements around FirstNet and other things. That's not paid for by tax dollars. That's coming straight from the licensees who won at auction. There's a good amount of that money that's going to be sitting in the fund for 10 to 12 years before it reverts back to the general treasury. I think when I look at this and think about this, it's there's a lot of money there, and really there's a unique opportunity. It would require some statutory changes, but to really somewhat modify the law to where you could essentially prime the pump, if you will, provide a funding source to stand up a model city, to try to solve some of the lingering issues around spectrum sharing and what are those issues that we need to overcome. And as a result of those, the outcome of what you would expect to get out of this model city, you have a better understanding of how to share. And in the end, one would hope that could free up maybe more bands where you can have commercial access to spectrum. And I also agree with the gentleman. I think the intellectual property piece is something that definitely needs to be considered in the governance piece. Certainly from a wireless carrier, and everyone's looking for their own unique solution that they want to provide to their customers. So I don't think you would want to have a transparency that would undermine anything associated with IP.
Can I go back to some of the specific questions or discussions that might be useful? So when we talk about governance or standing up a model city program, how do we really stand up? How do we really bring the governance people together? What kind of models will be useful? So one model he talked about is the lightweight. Is there anything else? How do we think the forum, or I don't want to call a body, formal body, how do we stand up the forum and how do we institutionalize it?
I think we also heard about a selective panel, too, as well. We heard that in the back, too, having a panel in place. Again, maybe a panel for each city. I'm just bringing out ideas.
So to directly address the question that you just posed, it seems, and it came up multiple times, to explicitly identify a list of stakeholders. And what are these individual stakeholders bringing to the table, and what do they hope to get out of it? If we compile this list maybe as one giant list for the nation, or even for each sub-region, that seems like the first step.
I would agree. I think also we brought up cooperative agreements. A lot of these existing cities probably have some MOUs in place or some agreements in place. Going back and looking at those agreements as well, what do they have in place for a management governance process, right? And probably in there's probably some stuff about IP protection, et cetera, as well. Looking at, again, existing agreements.
One question I have is maybe it's been answered. It's pretty basic, I think, and that is, how are you defining governance to begin with? Is it activity within the model city? Is it that's a whole variety, regulatory, et cetera. Is it trying to regulate the stakeholders themselves, who has access, who doesn't have access? So it's activity, it's access, maybe it's transparency, maybe it's funding, maybe it's IP, but it's such a broad term that, from our standpoint, it's licensing. That's all it is to us. We want a clear, straightforward, reliable licensing program, so we can then use that as part of our program. The rest of it, it doesn't apply to us.
So I think the intent of the governance session essentially is to look at the whole model city as put forward by the FCC and NTIA together, right? This is it's not just a single city. It's not a single instance of licensing. It will span multiple years. It may evolve through the years. But the umbrella that we're looking for is what should be the model of governing this entire model city concept, right? What should be the directives, suggestions do you have for the FCC and NTIA to how to create the structure that will regulate this entire, the umbrella concept altogether, all the way through its existence?
Well, I would just add to that. We don't know what we don't know, right? There are things that we're trying to understand. I think projects are going to evolve. We don't know what the future holds for some sharing activities. So I think the NSF model is actually one that might be something to really look at from a governance point of view, in that you kind of have a project intake, and these projects are evaluated on the merit of what they offer, and then whatever you have in place, and we talk about, okay, what's the city going to look like? Well, it may be something that requires a rural environment or an urban environment, but we don't know. So I think basically just putting up some fundamental principles that would help project selection, to help better define, does it meet the criteria to host a model city to support the effort. So I just don't think that we know enough at this point to really nail down exactly what that governance piece is. We have no idea what the future holds at this point. So it's just basically putting down, the basic principles to guide us on the selection process. And again, I think the NSF process is one that should be looked at.
Carl Cucci, INL. I would advance that at the end of the day, what everybody needs to get to is standards adaptation. They need to get to FCC regulations. I think industry needs to make sure that the product that they're putting out is going to work right and is going to have a good customer experience. And I would also say the municipalities have to figure out ways that they're going to set up economic models so that they can recoup cost, or it's going to be work out well with the citizenry. So I see those as the major groups that are going to be involved in this. You've got the conflicting issues with maintaining intellectual property also for the commercial participants. So if we could set up a methodology where a majority of the information is kept for intellectual property and is held closed, but you put the codicil that information required to create standards body data and FCC regulation data has to be made available. So when you set up a governance body, those are the folks that I would put on the governance body, and that's how you got to set that line of where the good product is going to go.
Just before the next question, I want to remind those online, so please send your questions on the email, livequestions@fcc.gov, livequestions@fcc.gov. Please come.
So let me just back up almost, Carl. So what you're saying is protect the IP, but then use that data to form standards that would be reported out through FCC or some other? Is that? I just want to make sure.
At the end of the day, the big thing that industry wants is they want their ideas reflected in the standards. Also, FCC regulations have got to be set up so that we can do this sometime in the future. So those are the two primary things that have got to come out of the Model Cities program. And those two people, whatever information they need, they've got to be on the governance board. Now, industry has a valid concern that if they're going to bring their latest and greatest, that they don't want anybody else to see what's going on because they need the user experience. They have to have their IP protected as well. But we should be able to get both of those things accomplished in the same series of tests as long as we're clear on where the IP and the results of that are going. Because I think industry wants to get good FCC regulations and they want to get good standards body adaptation as well.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
So the protection of commercial IP is absolutely fundamentally important, because if you don't guarantee that, then you're not going to have anyone show up to use your shared spectrum. The important thing to share is the utilization data, I think, first and foremost. The public needs to know how encumbered the shared bands are. That's basically it. They can't know if an agency is using it for classified purposes, and that needs to be masked. But the public needs to understand how much this resource is being utilized. And I just also point out that one of the two largest civilian carriers volunteered in the 3.5 proceedings that there should be a use it or share it aspect to the second tier in 3.5, which, I think is the critical reason why you need to have the utilization information made public. If the market sees that there are bans or use rights that perhaps last for a week or 3 years that aren't meeting their utilization threshold, then the market knows that that resource is going to become available again and will dictate the values. So it isn't about stepping on people's toes from an IP standpoint. It is about creating a level playing field where the market can appropriately value this asset.
Santiago from the city of South Bend again. I was wondering if it'd be appropriate to start thinking about different aspects of the project and understanding in terms of how much risk is involved and then kind of deliberating it on those separately. So there's a initial aspect of setup of infrastructure, setting up the fiber networks and whatnot that connect the wireless access points and all that stuff. And that part, if you have a separate type of funding for that, it makes it easier to manage. Then there's an experimental piece of this, which is where a lot of the concerns of intellectual property come in. And that's an area where if you're concerned about bringing more stakeholders in that would have a higher probability of breaching out that intellectual property, then that's an area where I think, like, from a city standpoint, we would like to rely more on the FCC and some people that have the expertise on how to deal with that type of regulatory environment. We don't have internally the expertise to do that. But on the other end as well, going in and looking, how do you bring applications that have been demonstrated to add value? And this is where I think, as a city, we would be willing to be first customers of some of those solutions and help that pay for the ecosystem. But then having a system by which you're syndicating those applications and the technology and spreading it across other cities to the benefit of our residents. So, like, thinking it separately and then thinking, how do you create governance structures and procedures that operate at the different levels with the most appropriate stakeholders.
Thank you.
There's a question up here.
I'm being told we're down to less than 1 minute, so go ahead.
Okay. Maybe we'll take
So try to be very brief.
answer question, and then maybe we'll move on to the next topic. And
right. And I think there's some bleed over in each of these topics between management, funding, and process, right?
So as I was listening to him, and I was also thinking about how to bring in the different stakeholders, I think that maybe a 2-tier or 3-tier governance might be better. So one is about the federal agencies and the private industry and that partnership and that sharing and what are the liabilities and things like that. That I think a central body across the nation can, have some rules and regulations about it, how to govern that. Then we have innovations that we want to test out, various different kinds of technologies, and that, the local partnership. So for instance, in the city of San Diego, we can have agreements between the stakeholders that we are bringing in, the private enterprises we are bringing in, technologies we are bringing in, and how to manage that IP and all that. That I think can be left to the local governance, right? The organizers of that. And then we want to have the model city tested by application innovators, new applications. And I think that we can have different governance and different agreements about that, because there might be some liability issues. Some of the applications might be actually, setting off alarms and doing things which are undesirable. So I think that we need to look at it in this multiple different ways and have different levels of governance, instead of just one.
Okay, thank you.
This one up here.
Hi, I'm John Geske from Kettering University in Flint, Michigan, and it seems to me we've got lots of different levels of governance. all thrown into the same pot. And I mean, I think the first question is, what's a model city? Who gets to be a model city? And how do we govern that issue? And then there's the issue of once you have a model city, how does a model city govern who's doing the research or the development on that? And I guess there's a question, are model cities there for research and application? And we've got lots of good models of how that works with the Genie project, US Ignite and stuff. Or is the model cities just there for commercial enterprises to test their stuff out? And I think each one of those is a different issue that has to be resolved separately. I don't think we can throw it all in the same pot.
I would agree, yeah.
Thank you. With that, maybe we can move over to Thiaga's section on process.
Can we get the next presentation? Can you get the slides up?
Yep.
Okay, so again, this segment of the discussion is going to focus on something that we already covered. There is the questions about stakeholders, and there is a question about testing methods. We already went over some of the stakeholder issues, so feel free to chime in if you have more comments to add or clarify. So the key things that we really want to address right now is what are the ways in which we want to select model cities. How do we decide who gets to be designated as a model city, so to speak? And I think we heard a couple of people comment about that. And the other issue is how do we make sure that all the stakeholders benefit? What are the framework options that needs to be there? Does everybody need to be at the table? When I say everybody, this includes industry, researchers, on all of these model cities. Are there specific instances where you can have different groups of stakeholders come together to form something? And that's the other one. That leads to the last one, is just the next one is what kind of formal agreements need to be in place between stakeholders. I think the NSF cooperative agreements was brought up earlier, and there may be some other instances where MOUs have been in place. We could use them as successful models, but I think on this particular topic, we heard from some of the audience already, but and quite a few of you have not spoken yet. So I request all of you to come up and chime in something on that. And beyond that, I think once probably halfway through that discussion, we want to switch to the testing methods aspects of it, where we want to draw attention to this particular statement from PCAST behind the notion of this model city, right? Essentially, what the PCAST goals for setting up model city is that they should provide services that will include large sustainable facilities for systems level testing across multiple bands, right? So that can be pretty daunting if you take it at its word. So again, there may be issues of scale. We could start small and go big, or we want to get your feedback on maybe should we just go all in. That's something to talk about. What should be the process for selecting these technologies and frequency bands and so on, and how do we decide who gets to participate? And of course, intellectual property comes in, but I want to throw a note of caution. I do not want this discussion to be all about intellectual property. Yes, we all agree that intellectual property is critical, and I think that's going to be part of this discussion when we get started, but let's not let the discussion dominated by the intellectual property part of it. And of course, that leads to the other part of it. What part of this data needs to be released publicly so that others can benefit and draw lessons from this, right? And of course, the last one is how do we handle classified and sensitive information. So again, we'll get back to this one halfway through, probably around 15 minutes from now. But let's get started with the discussion on the stakeholders' questions, right? And I have a question up there.
The only question I have is the phrase you use at the very beginning, selecting model cities. That sounds like it could be inclusive and also exclusive. Maybe you start from the easy side, and that would be how are you excluded as a model city? In other words, is it open to everybody? Mm-hmm. Should it be open to everybody, or is there some criteria that should be set that excludes, say, private facilities or public-private facilities or academic facilities? That's troublesome simply because, as a process, we want to avoid winners and losers here.
Okay, so that brings down to the question of governance. I think, Suman, I think you should go next after this. Just a question that I think we didn't address that question in the earlier discussion. Who should be part of, what should be a model city? Is there a designation? Is it anybody can be a model city? And I don't think we are here at the table thinking that there is a inclusion categories. But the question is, what does it mean to be a model city?
Yeah, so I think it would be definitely important to have a significant amount of diversity in the kinds of cities. So, we talked about canyon cities, we talked about smaller cities, perhaps, the city in the desert or something like that. I think having diversity is a critical aspect because you can compare different kinds of issues in different cities, and perhaps maybe even consider two of each type of whatever type is. May be interesting because then you can compare even the same experiment or same types of experiment running in two different locations and being able to compare them. So I think that may be something worth considering. I guess from the selection process, I don't know, there of course, NSF, for example, has a lot of experience with selecting, with peer reviews and panels, and bringing a lot of people with, who do not have conflicts to provide opinion. And I think I would believe it's a very successful model, and I would encourage something like that to be considered with, of course, a broad participation from various stakeholders.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Just as far as the model city thing, I think I heard someone state yesterday that if you look at the stakeholders that are currently in it, they're looking at the model city as a way to test equipment before you actually put it in an area that may really affect it. So I heard a lot of people talk about San Diego, which has a huge Navy presence and a Marine presence. Well, they may want to see stuff worked out in another city first before you bring it to San Diego. And I heard a previous person talk about the Department of Justice, how they have a lot of surveillance and things like that. So if they have a lot of heavy surveillance in, let's say, New York City or Chicago, they may not want that to be the test city. They may want it proven first before they come into New York City or Chicago. So I guess that we should have multiple cities, but it should look at what do we think this technology is going to impact the most, and stay away from them cities at the first step at least, and then maybe move into them cities a little second or third, stuff like that.
There's a comment up here.
Thank you. My name is Courtney Stad, and I'm also with SITE. And I know there's a natural desire, I would assume from the government standpoint, for a set of fundamental principles and templates. But I do think that what I'm hearing from several of the previous speakers makes a lot of sense. You have all sorts of different models. We represent a privately managed and privately financed model, as distinct from perhaps some of the public locality approaches. We at SITE do not view it as a zero-sum. And in fact, as alluded to by one of the previous speakers, it's a question of scale. Now, we're trying to build, and we intend to build, a model that my colleague Bob Brumley mentioned has tremendous scalability, tremendous integration. So we could see, for example, a plug-and-play with any number of cities that are looking to focus on things like driverless, car sectors, healthcare delivery, smart grid, energy, and so forth, who, due to their own constraints, due to radio interference, due to overflight issues in their given cities, for example, might hit a certain constraint and might have a desire indeed to graduate to the type of environment that we are designing. Also, as my colleague mentioned, primarily our focus is on the license issue, and clearly the FCC, NTIA are fundamental players in that regard. So, to the point made by the gentleman sitting here in front of me, I think he's absolutely right about the in terms of standards and trying to determine who the appropriate stakeholders are to help shape and drive those set of protocols is very important. But I do want to leave with the Commission just in your mind's eye. Please do keep in mind the difference and the implications of a private model versus a public or a semi-public model as well. They do have different implications. At the end of the day, it all has to do with our national interest and trying to ensure this country remains at the edge of competitiveness and so forth. The other is an international perspective, and that's my final comment, that many of us have been approached and do have to accommodate and would like to accommodate per our national interest foreign overseas organizations that are interested for one reason or another in using our various testing facilities. Thank you.
Okay, so I want to throw up the question of stakeholders. So beyond the obvious stakeholders, which are the local governments and the industry, what other stakeholders do you see having a key role to play? I mean, I believe researchers come to mind, but again, that brings to the question of what kind of work is expected to happen in these model cities that all these parties can mutually benefit from. Any questions, comments?
I mean, as I started off saying that one of the things that would, I think, be really exciting and incentivizing all the stakeholders in the whole Model City program is to show that there'll be services that can be enabled, which can potentially not be enabled today because of cost reasons and so on. And the shared spectrum will reduce the cost. And it's not only just technologically enabled, it's also from a economic perspective that these new applications can be enabled in shared spectrum. So it needs cooperation between, let's say, a T-Mobile and a application developer. And the research that goes on there is to ensure that in a shared spectrum environment, this application can indeed survive, can create the right kind of quality of experience and so on. The robustness. So there is, I think, three things: new applications, the current operators, because we need the back-end infrastructure. The shared spectrum will just give us the spectrum, but we need the network to, have this thing, the service take off, and certain aspect of R&D to ensure that there is the expected quality of experience. And or the security and those kind of things.
Right. So there's a comment up here.
I think perhaps what I'm saying is maybe more of a repeat of what I think Sujit just mentioned, but I think want to emphasize that having sort of folks from the application domain is probably an important part. Like in the example of Madison, we try to work with the Metro Bus Transit and try to show new applications and new things, new opportunities for them. Smart grid or energy utility companies and many other such entities could be useful stakeholders in this as well.
Just want to get a kind of a feel for the discussion here that I think the notes as well as taking, I see some general trend that I think there's a lot of good feedback about the governance. The management model should be where, there's a very light-handed federal government approach where it may make some key decisions, but you pass it on to the local level, let them deal with all the logistics and process and so forth. And then there's certain commercial discussions, agreements that can take place to deal with, whether it's IP issues and transparencies, whatnot. And also we talked about the selection-wise, is it going to be designated by this, process? Some of the funding model where you submit your application, some committee will review the application and, select your bid versus, everybody gets a fair shot, and as long as you meet the minimum requirements, you get selected or you select yourself to be the, kind of a model city program. And also we talked about is that a single or two model city, or it's going to be 10s and 20s, 30s. And I think one of the common theme really comes down to is that what does FCC and NTIA and possibly DOD really have to offer on the table? Because I think if we think we have a lot to offer that's as much as actually giving the funding itself, they may dictate or kind of skew the discussion of what the process should be or what the management should be. If we don't have a whole lot to offer, maybe it should be more autonomous. The locals and the commercial entities should have more control. And I think that's one of the questions that we like to throw it out and get some feedback from the audience.
Yeah. Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One of the reasons it's important for FCC and NTIA to be involved is that, first of all, of course, is the experimental spectrum licensing issue, but more important, your involvement will give confidence to the commercial providers to partner with the other stakeholders. It's very difficult to just go to a Verizon or an AT&T and say, partner with us without some, is the word imprimatur, or you're essentially validating, just as NSF does with some of its grants, you're validating the merit of the activity and also ensuring that you will continue to be involved in some way. So I think it's very important for you to be involved. I also think it's very important for NSF and DARPA to be involved as examples of organizations that are very prominent in the research domain in these areas. So you need to have a partnership, a federal partnership, and somebody mentioned that that's one level of it, of the whole governance activity. Let me ask one question before I hand over the microphone. Does the model admit of a single application model city? So, for example, I've heard, DOD has prototyped, or DOJ prototyped some kind of boxes or spectrum sharing in a small city, and now they want to do it in a larger domain. Is that a different kind of a model city than the others that we've been talking about?
So maybe I'll take a crack at the question. I don't think we have decided whether we select a city and then technology comes in that fits the city, or do we look at certain technology and try to find a city that fits to validate that technology? So I think it depends on which way you're looking at. Hopefully there is a model that kind of fits the both ends, but I think we're a very early stage of discussion, and more than happy to get some feedback from the audience.
So I think from the user perspective, the federal perspective, we'd want it to work in both locations. Obviously, I want it in a dense urban, and I wouldn't want to see it also in a rural application too. So it's not like DOD and DOJ. It's anytime, anywhere type of applications for us. So from that perspective, we want to see it everywhere.
So one of the things that, based on the feedback, that I think that becomes interesting is having a network of different model cities that have different risk profiles. And that's one of the areas where I think the FCC would be very helpful, helping evaluate what's the risk profile of the different applications and of the different tests that are going to come through, and help navigate which becomes a good match for the different cities, depending on size, depending on existing use, the proximity to military facilities and so on and so forth. And I think that'd be very helpful for us.
Yeah, I guess I'd like to echo that to a certain extent. I think there's a lot of advantage of having a broad, diverse spectrum of different cities you can test, and it goes beyond having tests in a technologically rich large city versus a technologically rich small city to a technologically rich rural community. I think you also have to look at economically disadvantaged cities where there's no technology at all, but are going to be a prime benefactor of public safety or public health or health delivery, and test in those environments also. And if you just restrict yourself to one or two cities that are, have all the technology there, I think you're going to miss a lot of the problems.
So let me throw up a slightly different question. So far, pretty much all the discussion that we have heard involves a city government. Many successful user studies as well have pointed to city governments being involved in these. Is there room or scope for a model city program or an instance driven entirely by private partnerships that doesn't necessarily involve the cities per se? Yes, the question's up there.
So as part of local government, I think that'd be a slippery slope, because if things go awry, you want to have the buy-in. The local government is the closest, one of the closest ways to get to the constituents that might be adversely affected by this. And also, if there's benefits to be had, I think we're a good communicator of why this type of thing is important. And we also tend to have assets all across the community, so the placement of antennas, the access to fiber networks and all that stuff tends to be eased up by local government, but I'm a bias too.
So let me clarify that. When I say that there is no citizen, I'm not meaning to say there's no citizen input. There could be local NGOs and others participating, but without necessarily the participation of the city or at the government level. I'm just trying to clarify that question.
Yeah, and my comment, just to balance what he's saying, I agree with what he says. That you have to have a welcoming community, and to have that, you have to have the community obviously involved. Where you are not dealing with a community, meaning in other words, you're either on a test range or, again, using us as an example, we're sort of the governance, since it's privately owned. We don't have a city governance, if you will, except outside our fence. So to a certain degree, we would even include our own county government, county commissioners, periodically updating them on what we're doing there. But it wouldn't be a model city. It would be a classic public-private partnership.
Okay. All right, so let's move to the next set of questions, which is about the testing methods. So let's this is more of a technical flavor to the discussion. What should be the process for technology selection, and what kind of bands should be identified for use within these model cities? Questions, comments? There's a question up here.
Hi, my name is Jay Chahan, consultant, work for DoD, but these comments are my own. I know yesterday we heard a lot about technology selection and band selection, but what I heard was that, before a project gets to the model city, it should have already gone through lab, field testing. So discussion about frequency bands is really going to be dictated by the technologies that have gotten to the point where they need to get to the model city, where you're trying to solve what they talked about yesterday with some of the large-scale kind of problems where it works in the field, it works in the lab, if you've modeled and simulated the heck out of it, it works. But now when you need to get to that real-world, large-scale environment, by that point, everything is kind of fully baked, and you're kind of getting that last stage before then it's ready to roll out. So I'm not sure if it's necessarily appropriate to talk about bands specifically. It seems that it's going to be really driven by the technology.
Would you consider that to be one of the responsibilities of this governance body? Make sure that technology is mature enough to be rolled out to the field, or should that be, how do we make the decision, or who makes that judgment call, in your opinion?
In my opinion, I think the governance, either they select the process, they select the project, or they create the kind of the criteria for how projects get filtered in. So have you achieved this gate? Have you achieved this gate? Have you achieved this gate? Okay, and we validated it, and now you're ready to, get to the model city, and then based upon your system and what you're trying to share with, we can help you select the model city, since the model city will be, the appropriate model city will be depend on the technology and the bands you're trying to, and the systems you're trying to share with. So I think that all kind of gets baked into the governance.
But don't you think part of the bands, the selection of the bands is important, because not only technology, but where's the best use cases? I mean, what bands are valuable? We know what bands are valuable. The ones that, from a federal perspective and then from a private perspective. I mean, you look at the recent auction. So I think that process has to come into play, too, because that's where we're going to have to share.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, so if you're developing, say, LTE in 24 gigahertz, you've already gotten through all this stuff, and at that point, now you need to go test it to see how it works. So yeah, it will be part of it for sure, but it's not going to be, let's pick a band and then pick a technology. It's going to be, here's a technology and let's go test it and see if it works.
I think another thing from a process standpoint is what level of innovation we want to spur. Because there are some bands that people are probably already working on where there's stuff in the pipeline, and so if we're looking for stuff that's gone through a beta and gone through a field test, there are certain bands that people have done that with. Other bands that maybe no one's experimented with because they didn't really know it was available, or they don't know what the commitment is. So if we really want to spur experimentation with bands that no one's working with, that needs to be, I think, set out, and that's going to be a longer process. Getting through those first.
So are you kind of referring to, like, if you bring a proposal that you deploy the same network you already have deployed in different band versus try to bring a new technology that enhances certain things, and they may have different implications in terms of what benefit might be to the end users?
Can we discuss a little on, we are really talking about bidirectional sharing, if you will, from a spectrum sharing perspective. What are the criteria vis-a-vis the incumbents, whether it's a federal government using the current bands or the commercial sector using the bands but being shared by the federal? What is the criteria for the incumbents in the process of selection of either cities or the technologies? I thought it's in.
Just as a thought experiment, there was a recent question that came up with FCC rulemaking between Broadcom and Qualcomm on the 600 megahertz guard band issue. And it really came down to nobody really knew what the right answer was. And so you have a situation where if you had model cities, you have an FCC question that needs to be answered because they're doing rulemaking. You have two vendors that are working on prototypes, and both of them have a different solution. And neither one really wants the other one to know what they're doing. And so now you have to take a technology selection on what the use case is, who needs the data, and how you're going to handle the IP. So again, we go back to that board. There has to be a basic board of the FCC, the standards bodies, the parties involved, and I believe it's a case-by-case basis. And in some cases, you're going to have a situation where the technologies may be very immature, but it's a band that doesn't have a lot of encumbered users. In some cases, it might be technology that's gone through all of its, mandated FCC. Industry has to do their own certification, and they're looking for maybe a customer use experience. So to say that there's one answer, I think it is a challenge. The process I think we have to set up is define a case, set up a variable board of the right people involved, and then set, what your gates are going to be. And if we're not nimble to do that, then we shouldn't be call this a test situation. It's more of a final demonstration, which I don't think we really want to get to. You want to take the new and the bold and move those things out as quickly as possible. So the process, as we talk about process, I think it's on a case-by-case basis, and that we need to define that process, how we assemble the board, make those decisions quickly and efficiently, and then move them out to the right test city.
So I would imagine that every one of these model cities would have a portfolio of projects that they would be running. Some of them may be providing somebody who has a very mature technology an opportunity to simply test it in a larger setting. I think my common sense approach suggests that you should charge them for access to that facility. But you should also make your facilities available to the ones who are really trying something bold and innovative, which is a high-risk venture. And I think you want to have a mechanism that allows them to try these things out so that you'll break out new ideas from the hot new startup that doesn't have a snowball's chance in hell of getting funding from anybody, right? So I think it is important to have a balanced portfolio. I think this should be delegated down to the local level, right? There should be somebody who's making these calls. They'll have a board they have to answer to and explain their decisions. But I think the character of the individual test beds will attract a wide variety of people who will want to use it, and we should make sure that we serve all of them.
All right, so let's... Oh, sorry, there's a comment in the back. Go ahead.
Basically, I think we have a bunch of people who have raised their hands, right, who have said, we want to do this, we want to help out. They have a community of folks that have said, we want to be part of this process. So really, what I think we want to create is a streamlined situation where we can get easy access of sorts to experimental licenses. How can we do this in a fashion that's simple, quick, and gets this technology out there? And we have a group of, very simple, streamlined, situations and people governing that so that we can get these things out. That's what we want.
Okay, so let's get on to more contentious topics. How do we handle sensitive information and classified information? Again, it dwells on the realm of intellectual property, as well as what kind of data can and cannot be shared with other entities that are outside the specific partnership. Comments? So let me ask a basic question. So, at the very minimum, everyone would be interested in knowing how this new spectral slice performed under this particular test condition for this application. Should that data, what kind of data from that kind of an experiment should be shared?
Well, I was going to more comment on a mechanism rather than answer your last question. I was thinking that techniques that provide virtual slices where you can essentially run even proprietary code, proprietary software probably is useful because in general, when I run some software, say on the Amazon cloud or in Google's cloud, nobody knows what I'm running. They can see the behavior by interacting with the system, but they don't have access to my IP, so to say. So I hope that such a mechanism would be valuable in this setting because people should be able to run their own proprietary stuff. Whether that data and how that data should be made public, that's a harder question perhaps, but I think at least being able to run proprietary systems is a useful capability.
Okay.
Yeah, I would also add, aside from the IP perspective, is to kind of throw it back on the government side. And so a lot of the sharing would entail sensitive or otherwise classified information. And so if you've got these systems that operate under that umbrella, what process would the government or would this model city propose that they would set up to allow commercial providers to come in and do that testing under the model city with full transparency? That was a major stumbling block, not necessarily associated with the model city, but certainly with doing the analysis on sharing during the AWS-3 preparations. So we formed a group through CSMAC, which was part of NTIA. We went through a process of signing NDAs. That took several months to pull together. There was the question then of, okay, who gets in, who doesn't get in, who arbitrates that type of discussion. So yes, you have the protection of IP, but I think a bigger challenge here when we talk about sharing spectrum with the federal government is how do you provide that transparency, and how is that information, of system information, going to be made available, if at all?
So, John, it sounds like there are multiple layers of data in terms of IP, transparency, and so forth. I think it will be helpful to get some feedback in terms of what should be like part of the application to become a model city and what they have to be committed to share versus what should we let the private enterprise or the local governments, let them just deal what type of arrangements they will have in terms of protecting the IPs and some of the confidential information. Because I think it can go both ways, but maybe there is some happy medium that people can settle with. Carl, you have a microphone.
Okay, yeah, I got the mic. Just because we do a lot of classified work on our facility, one of the general rules that you always have to have is as soon as you're transmitting over the air, nothing's classified. Mm-hmm. And all testing's unclassified, and everybody can see everything that you're doing that's transmitted. So that ought to be a going-in rule immediately. Unless you're in an anechoic chamber in somebody's basement, somebody's going to be able to see it. But then the issue comes, how do you handle the data, and what do you do with it, and how do you associate it? And one of the reasons we're so pro on software-defined networking is that slicing technology is both on the network side, now it's starting to be on the wireless side, is now beginning to be realizable, and that's going to be critical. But within the network, you could set up that virtual slice or that virtual network that is isolatable and securable between all parties that have authorization to get that data. So the network itself physically can protect it if the entire network, not just the wireless piece, the entire network is designed to handle that. The final thing is then you get into a regulatory issue of who has to share the data with whom, because it's a larger user base, and that's a procedural question. We probably needed to defer, but it's something that has to be handled. So,
just a comment following his. I think you have a very good model here, at least as a regime, a written regime, and that's the CRADA, the Cooperative Research and Development Agreements. Most of the private sector are more worried about FOIA requests or Federal Advisory Committee Act jurisdiction or the use of the IP for publication purposes by, say, your government partner or lab partner you might be working with. The CRADA, every department has a different version, it seems, but a CRADA is a vehicle, it's in the law, and it is a vehicle that can be adjusted as a process device to address some of these issues. It's not the functional answer, but it is a legal process answer.
We need the people on the phone thing to hear. Yeah, sorry.
So, good point. There was a good point about software-defined networking, and in fact, there's significant effort underway now to look at the extension of those ideas to more general software-defined infrastructure, real and virtual multi-domain resources, compute, storage, and networking, where the allocation and potentially the securing of is mediated by something that people are calling software-defined exchanges. And I think this is an idea that I think will be extended to the wired network and hopefully to the wireless network over the next 2, 3, 5 years. So I think the point that was made about SDN is very important, together with this extension to SDXs and I hate to throw these around, SDIs with virtualization. My hope is that this provides a model for providing essentially secure containers, which are in effect slices of internet resources, wired and wireless, in a multi-domain administrative domain environment.
Yes, I was going to say that part of the model city, this whole program should be to give confidence not only to the primary that it can be done, but to the commercial applications that this is a viable, this whole shared spectrum can be viable for commercial applications. And part of commercial applications would be to provide for security and privacy and so on. So actually part of the testing should be that, yes, I can launch my commercial application in this shared spectrum in a secured, private way. So I know that that might not have been the question that was asked, but so that was my thought, that it should be part of the, sort of the testing criteria, that, that this can be done in a private, secured way. The other thing I was thinking was in terms of sharing data, if I'm a application innovator, and I want to test out this model city infrastructure for testing, I think that I'll be completely willing to share the data in terms of, how I'm protecting the primary rights, how that sharing is being done with the other secondaries and so on at a network layer. But at an application layer, I don't need to share that information. I don't need to share, how my health probes are going, or there are certain application things that I think I can protect and not need to share with everyone else.
Thank you, Sujit. Let's move on to the funding discussion. We have about half an hour remaining, and if there's some time left after the funding discussion, we can come back to some of these questions. Aaron?
So we've got a half hour to figure out how to pay for all the stuff we've been talking about, right? It's good. Do we have slides? I want to take a minute just to kind of recap and sort of take notes. There's been a lot of funding, obviously, that's come up already in the conversation. And rather than actually talk about sort of sources of funding or how we fund any specific things, I think first it's important to keep in mind this frame, right? I mean, we could be talking about funding anything, as you look at it at the beginning, from really small sorts of projects to a full-scale model city deployment within a given city, or a structure across cities. And I like John's framing. He said we're talking about several different things, right? There is a model city governance issue that is at a very high level and that looks at all these different potential test beds and is trying to evaluate opportunities. So that that has one set of funding issues behind it. On a city level, how you might actually instrument a city or support R&D or coach industry partners. You've got a different set of criteria, both technical and infrastructure, but also management and staff. And you've got the test lab concept. So what we really kind of, I think, want to think about is what the value chain is, what the upside is, who's benefiting from this, and what the risks are for the different partners, to think about what sort of funding models might make sense. And a lot of different value assets have come up. John was talking early on about the fact that spectrum itself is a very valuable asset. So a lot of times we think about these pilot projects in this kind of vacuum of, well, how are you going to pay for this stuff? But we have something that's really valuable that undergirds what we're doing. So how does that function to how we might fund a program? John Hunter was talking about, from an industry perspective, they just want to test their stuff, right? So there's the benefit, there's the payoff for private industry. Santiago was talking about the city service benefit. NTIA and FCC obviously have things that they're looking for in terms of outcomes. Sujit's talked about entrepreneurship. So you can see venture companies or investment companies seeing upside in having this. Or even along those lines, local EDCs or an EDA or something like that, seeing upside in terms of new company development. The NSF obviously sees benefits in terms of research. So it kind of comes back to the question: what are we trying to do? What are the upsides at the different levels of the model? So I want to throw that out there and see if there's anything that we've missed in terms of who's benefiting, what the potential payoffs are here. Carl? Oh, wait for it.
I'm going to speak for my compatriot Bruce here really quick. One model that you should throw in, because it's working today in the build out of what we see is a potential test network, is that there's a benefit to the ratepayers of the city, that if we can virtualize the network, we can isolate the test side from an operational side. And Bruce has already worked out an actual rate case with the residents of the first city that we're looking at, that they're already subsidizing the network. So if you build it right and you can keep it isolated, you can also get your ratepayers and the direct populace that may benefit from this to be part of your funding mechanism. So It's not the whole thing, but it could be part. Did you want to add anything, Bruce?
So Bruce Patterson with the City of Ammon. I think as I listen to all this, the incentives aren't always understood by all the parties that are involved. And that word was used a couple of times. But for a municipality, the incentives shift because it depends on their elected board and what they see as important. But I don't think it's a stretch for most municipalities to look at them and understand that they already have infrastructure that they're using. They already support public safety. They would love to attract industry. So the incentives are in place without a whole bunch of money. It's just a matter of opening up that infrastructure. And so it comes down to the question of what's the layer of complication they're going to deal with in managing that and doing it. So if you can simplify that process, I think you'll have a lot stand up and say, we're willing to open it up and let you do this because we see other benefits. The other comment I'll make is that a lot of cities aren't good at advertising that, meaning we'll open it up and let you come, but we're not good at promoting ourselves. So industry or others come in and do that and help us with that process so that our community understands the value to them. That helps us out because we're not necessarily good at communicating that ourselves.
Do you mean specifically your fiber assets?
Specifically fiber. We also own towers that commercial providers are leasing space on. We own the fiber asset to feed that tower or towers in certain locations. So we're invested in a lot of this stuff, and it supports our normal operations. So we have that obligation to be up 24/7, 365. So, we're already monitoring and doing all that stuff, but we do need that distinction to separate production from test bed.
And so you're saying that if you have, and so the upside for you, if you have this network that you're already supporting and you open it up to whether it be entrepreneurs or researchers or private industry to come in and test on, the upside for the city is?
So I would make this argument. For any city that has a fiber network right now, the internet is it. That's all the resident understands. There is huge work being done to say, we now have this capacity, how are we going to use it? This is part of the answer. So for me to open it up, all of a sudden my residents say, hey, there is more than the internet. There's more for us to use and get out of this infrastructure than just that. And so I think that's part of our answer is we're saying we're supporting our charter. We're giving you a service that you demand as a consumer, but we're also interested in your public safety. We're interested in innovation. We're willing to work with people. I think that's part of the message that every municipality wants to communicate to their citizens it serves.
Is the more, and I don't know if this is a fair distinction, but in the thing that you just said, one of those things, public safety, is the benefit, the services that you're going to deliver, but there's also the innovation capacity, this test bed, just as an end in itself almost, saying that this is part of the asset that we deliver. Are those both equal things that the city is interested in offering?
Absolutely. And so let me put it in context for you. We get from property taxes, the city of Ammon receives about $1.5 million a year. 1.3 of that we pay back to the county for law enforcement. A portion of that goes to dispatch, the PSAP, all that functionality. So the point I'm trying to make is we can't sit here and say we're not already supporting all of this effort. We are financially. So if we can leverage that, drive the cost down, and improve the service, we're all in on that.
So we just had one thing because he told me this great story. Even though his network is developmental and it's just starting to roll out, he gets groups of neighborhood people that show up at his door demanding to get on his network, and Bruce is like, it might not work. It might not work. We don't care. We want it. How much money do we have to give you? So the populace in advanced technology seems to be very proactive and willing to participate in some of this stuff.
So there's a 50-year history of projects like this leading to incredible economic development, creation of industries worth tens or more billions of dollars per year. Every city that has spoken here is interested in entrepreneurship. They all support incubators, startup companies, particularly in places with universities that have research activities. It's very popular these days. So I think an incentive, I know for Madison, an incentive will be, we're likely to have N startup companies, and this is going to be an incredible spur to the regional economic development. And there isn't a single city of a couple 100,000 or more people that isn't interested in this and won't view this sort of economic potential for economic development as a major plus for partnering in this kind of model city activity.
So if you go to the city and you present this kind of broad concept, you're going to get a lot of blank stares first, and then people are going to kind of jump into this entrepreneurship. Oh, you're doing something new. Well, that's exciting. What do you think the city actually brings? I mean, what is required, and this is kind of relating back to process and governance, to get them to say, okay, well, we'll hire a staff person, or we'll devote us. Well, I mean, maybe it's staff, maybe it's putting money into their, offering up assets.
Yeah.
What needs to be there?
I suspect in the cities represented here, the argument's already been made and won. But what you do is you present them, if they haven't gotten to that point, examples. I mean, San Diego is an incredible example of success with respect to entrepreneurship and support for startup companies, local industry. And so the case is overwhelming. Presumably somebody could put together a portfolio of examples. And, hey, if certain cities decide not to play, well, there are others that will. Am I exaggerating San Diego? No.
I'll just quickly, there should be a system for cities and commercial entities that partner with them to receive in-kind credit for contributions they make to establishing network. I'm talking separately about spectrum value now, just talking about the raw cost of implementing network to utilize spectrum. So it could be anything from poles or rights of way or existing fiber that may be commercially owned. There should be a system for qualifying those contributions for their in-kind value, and by extension a matching system where if there are federal funds available or state or municipal funds available, that they can be matched against those in-kind contributions in an effort to sift out what the most competitive municipalities are for purposes of selecting a model city. So simply put, just a system for valuing in-kind contributions.
So, two quick comments. I would worry about leading with public safety on an experimental network as a service for the citizens, because I think that will prevent the kind of experimentation you can do. And the San Diego experience with incubation and so on, it's not so much the city you directly deal with. The biggest runaway success is Evo Nexus, which is an organization of volunteers, ex-retired telecom executives. So there are groups that can act on behalf of the city without being elected officials of the city who have other priorities and other concerns and budgets to balance.
So I think that the type of funding and who provides the funding should match the risk of the activity. So thinking about, okay, do you hire, does the municipality or does a nonprofit that manages this stuff hire a full-time person to manage certain network assets or not? That, I think, depends on whether you can make a case whether the activities that are going to be supported, and they might be tangential activities or they might be kind of core at this testing site, but can they maintain the value long term versus what are some of the things that are going to be a little bit more speculative, and then those need to be supported with other dollars. But I think that if you can make the case that's going to, by virtue of having some synergy of what you're building with providing residents with value, then even the municipal government, which tends to be very risk averse, would be willing to pitch in and participate.
And I think it's interesting that we're supposedly talking about funding, and yet it comes back to selection criteria, because you can hear that going on. So, the reality is there's a cost. The question becomes, who bears the cost? Is the municipality willing to bear it or not? And a lot of that revolves around how far along they are. So it would seem like in that selection criteria, you've got X number of boxes that need to be checked. And the further along a city is and the least cost they can do that for and actually support that makes them more desirable. And what that does is it creates an atmosphere for other cities to want to open themselves up for that, see how they can change their thought process and their policies and their methodologies to start to support this kind of thing if that's something they're interested in. And that should help you be able to select sites and make headway without having to invest a whole bunch of money in it.
Let's think about private industry for a minute. I mean, what is the upside for industry, and how does that? What sort of processes and governance pieces need to be in place for industry to invest? And is it attractive enough, you think, for industry to make investment?
We have some good industry people around, so I want them to speak up. I see a lot of faces who are not speaking.
So Bruce of the City of Hammond again, I guess I'll chime in. I think Carl was right on for industry. Government's role is to set the table, not serve the meal. So for the FCC and NTIA, they're going to set the ground rules, or other organizations are going to make the standards. And when industry understands that, they can go to market with a degree of confidence, being able to move their product and get done what they want to get done. And so, that should be what it is. So as an example, as we started to do SDN and started to look at the edge of the network, the edge of the fiber optic network, there's a complete lack in equipment that will support that. So you can terminate that fiber in an inexpensive device at the edge of the home, but you cannot slice that device. So your ability to create this software-defined network stops at your last major access piece of equipment. We actually had to go and convince industry to do that, but to do that, they want to know what's the market space, how many are we going to sell. They got all of these questions, and so you have to rely on the existing standards and say, look, here's the standards. If you put this package together in this little device, this little piece of equipment, we feel that the market space encompasses this. So it's a sales process to get them to buy into that and do it. I think it's a similar process here. You're trying to create some confidence in a market space and a sellable product at the end of the day.
Where do you think that sales process, this is to anyone,
Atlas 8 years from speaking. I want
great.
to speak. I want Dilip also to chime in here.
Hi, my name is Richard Rankin. I'm with Brandywine Creek Associates, just outside of Washington Falls Church, Virginia. I come from the insurance side of the equation. Risk management and insurance have been part of our practice for quite some time. I was hoping to hear a little bit more about some of the inherent risks that are involved with these sort of model cities and everything. Just off the top of my head, I think about property exposures, casualty exposures, liability, cyber, terrorism sort of things. I think these sort of risks need to kind of come into our discussions a lot more, because certainly from an insurance standpoint, to get some of these companies interested in wanting to participate and help to mitigate some of the inherent risk involved in model cities, these types of risks are going to have to be addressed in quite some detail with some specificity. So insurance companies, as you can imagine with your auto insurance, can be a little bit quirky at times. So I would certainly encourage more comments or questions about the inherent risk involved with the model city operation. I'll leave it at that for the time being.
Didi?
So to answer your question, what would it take for the industry, and I'm from AT&T, to get involved in this kind of a model city? To put things in perspective, we already have our network, right, which could, for our own internal purposes, could be a model city for what we want to do, for future, either it's 4G, 5G, or whether new applications that come in. So in order to step out of that bound and to go into an RF model city to participate in that, there has to be a value for the operators to do into that, right? And the value that would come in, and from the role of the FCC and from the NTIA perspective, what the operators are looking for is certainty in the rules. They're looking for transparency in the rules before you go and make an investment either into a new band or into a new equipment or into a new application or whatever it can be. So that's what we are expecting from the FCC and from the NTIA side. And to be a little bit more specific on this is, let's take a 3.5 gigahertz example, right? That's something that's on board and it's happening. And so for the industry to participate, and again, it all goes back into, it cannot be a science experiment. It has to be done in an ecosystem that's large enough so that it can be standardized, and it can be, there needs to be a very clear path, at least in the mind of AT&T, that how to proceed with it forward, right? 3.5 is a good example, and I think that would be a great example to take it and to do an RF model city to see how the spectrum sharing really works. And to get to your point is how much of the spectrum is actually used by the incumbent and how much capacity is there really for the secondary users. And does it make sense, in terms of the rules, does it make sense to be as a GA provider or to be as a priority provider? So all that has to come in and in order for the industry to step in. So transparency, certainty, there has to be a benefit for the operators to do it.
Let's switch for a second to the second slide. I guess I can do that. I don't know how to get the slides up though. So the other question is, we've talked a lot about models, and I've heard a lot of people talk about the NSF and what a great model this is for what we're doing. We also hear that we should have a science experiment if we want industry partners involved. So are there other drawbacks to the NSF model that a lot of people have suggested in terms of how we think about Model City?
I just wanted to mention that I totally value her comments about AT&T's participation, and it should not be a science project. But I do think, and I'll go back to my earlier point, that the model city is a great framework to try out new things. So yes, there should be, I think, two components. One is that try out existing technologies, and it's like making sure that the operators are participating in a very, very commercial way. But I hope this panel also will agree that there's a big role for Model City to try out new things, new experiments. So maybe we should let both those things flourish at the same time. And for the latter part, there is funding needed. And, there are, agencies like NSF and DARPA and others can and hopefully should play a role.
I think going back to that too as well, there's some value for you and for the federal government in bidirectional sharing as well. All right, so it would be, how do we fit on your network as well? All right, so I think that needs to come in play, and I agree. I think it needs to be clearly defined, and right now it's not.
So if we accept the research needs. And we want this experimental environment, and we have this NSF model that has been used to fund a lot of research. Do people think that's the right model? I've heard probably 5 or 6 people say this is a great model for doing what you're talking about.
Okay, so don't be afraid to beat up the NSF when I'm here. It's all right.
So NSF is not one monolithic thing. They have programs that pay $100K per PI. They also have large-scale programs which are much more ambitious. If this is going to be funded by NSF, I think it should be more like the ITR program from a few years ago. It was a $2 billion program that came out of a previous PCAST report, if I'm not mistaken. So the scope and the scale has to be appropriately thought out.
So as a municipal representative here, I'm going to answer some of the questions I've heard from that perspective. We do support experimentation within our system, and that is separate from production. We, depending on the environment, we don't necessarily charge for that even today, but we do charge for other backhaul services to commercial providers. So I think the demarcation between the sandbox, as it were, and the production environment and how you move between one and the other needs to be carefully thought out for the risk reasons that were mentioned and for the funding reasons. So just as a comment from me, if I were to participate as a model city, I would be asking, okay, what's my obligation for the sandbox, and how are we going to move it from there to production, and what's the process?
Can I ask you to follow up on why you think the $2 million? What's your name? Ramesh. You said you'd rather see obviously the bigger fund, $2 million, bigger scale project from NSF than a smaller sort of $100,000. Why?
Experimental work takes more time, and we tend, as faculty members, you're working with PhD students who will take 3 years to graduate. It takes a certain critical mass before you can do the theoretical work, test it out in a modeling and simulation environment, and actually iterate based on real examples. So, and many of these things also require multiple disciplines to come together, right? People who are building the hardware, people who are analyzing the data, and so on. So the standard NSF grant just doesn't do that. It tends to support very modest efforts. So on one of your previous slides, at the low end, you had $50K for 6 months. Let me tell you, $50K for 6 months will get you nothing. It'll simply displace current expenses that are being incurred and charged to some other account. So the higher end is really where it needs to be. And I believe that's what the PCAST report had suggested. So in fact, I'm surprised that none of you brought that up. PCAST report actually had a very specific suggestion on how to fund this. Why aren't we talking about it? Is that off the table now?
Do you want to share what that is? Or is there somebody who can speak to that?
Nothing is off the table.
What was the PCAST recommendation?
I don't remember the exact number. So only
if I remember, it was like 0.01% of the auctions, proceeds.
Yeah, currently there is some moves in the Congress to actually try to fund something, and they're trying to talk about in general research, not just model city. But that's all not final. But then I don't know if 0.01 is good. Maybe if now the PCAST report comes, it can be different, given what happened to the AWS-3. Maybe that is based on the previous things and stuff. But the funding for R&D and research keeps on happening. When it will happen, what will be the number is anybody's guess. But that's nothing is off the table or something.
I think part of the PCAST issue too was that language was not put into the legislation, so they weren't eligible for that in the legislation. There's some progress, I guess, underway to try to change that legislation. There's some pending bills that haven't been presented on the Hill, but there's people up there, when I say people, up there trying to make that happen. But that was in the PCAST, but it never got into the legislation. That was part of the issue.
So I'm saying the obvious here. The PCAST folks did their homework. They thought it through, and they came up with a specific recommendation. We don't need to start that discussion from scratch again.
So the recommendation doesn't mean Congress is going to approve it. Right? There are a lot of recommendations that have been in place that Congress has to consider other factors as well. So we got to be cognizant of that. When it comes to money, we got to walk a fine line.
So you bring up a good point, though, of missing the obvious. Are there other things that we've missed and that we should be using as reference points? Somebody brought up E-rate, I think, in one of their presentations, just other models that even fund other things that could have some portion that would go to experimental stuff in this area.
The suggestion made by the other gentleman was also very good. That there's an opportunity for, in terms of funding, I'm saying there's an opportunity for an alliance coming up between local government, who is contributing in kind from the kind of infrastructure that they are investing in, like the gentleman is saying. And industry, I think, will be very willing to contribute in kind, very, very valuable equipment and their engineering support and things like that. And then for, at least for some of the model city projects, where R&D needs to be also involved and university participation needs to be involved, then maybe NSF or DARPA funding. So it can be a funding based on this kind of alliance, a three-way alliance, can be potentially considered.
So I think what I have kind of heard is that there are some, more R&D centric model city type of activities, and I think there are some more, model city activity that deals more of a pre-commercial systems that either the local, municipality can, subsidize some of the systems, could be a source of revenue. I think we heard from AT&T that, that kind of gives enough incentives for the large carriers to invest, and that will lead into some commercializations. Are we talking about two separate paths, or are they kind of somewhat adjoined? And how do we imagine, how do we picture this?
At least in the San Diego Alliance, we are considering the same model city environment, facilitating both. And
so it's the same system serving both sides of the world.
Yes, I think we should, because the industrial partners would be wanting to try out their systems, which are pre-commercial, and making sure in alliance with the AT&Ts and the T-Mobiles that this is really working, as well as there is a lot of R&D going on in their labs also, right? And together with the university and the alliances, we can try out the new things that are coming, sort of later in their pipeline, and our research pipeline also.
I think one more thing you need to look at, and I'll touch on that in a minute, is agriculture several years back, had a big program where they were funding a lot of cities and regions with broadband capability. Some of those are up and running now and are capable. Maybe going back and going to agriculture and looking at what cities and regions, and they now have subscribers on those networks. They have funding for those networks, and can those networks be expanded as well? I think it's one thing we need to go back and look at. And I heard both of you there, and there's I still have trouble trying to incentivize the AT&T and the T-Mobiles and the Verizons of the world to participate when they have their own network. I mean, that's it's going to be an arm wrestle. It's going to be a challenge.
So I realize that it's already noon.
The incentive is the spectrum.
I agree.
Yeah. So I realize it's already noon. We don't want to penalize you for your lunch hour. We'll be coming back at 2:15 for the chairman's remarks.
1:15.
1:15. And at 1:30, we will do a debriefing of the governance for about 50 minutes, along with the other team that was split up earlier, and then will be followed by the technical breakout session, and we can learn what they have discussed and so forth. And just a reminder, there are some staff who will guide you to the cafeteria. You will need a guide to get out and come back in. And also there's some food trucks in the front as well. And
please keep the badge.
Yeah, you have to keep the badge. So thank you for your participation, and we will see you all shortly.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you.
Hello, good afternoon, everyone. As we mentioned, we will start with the short brief note from the chairman of the FCC. And Chairman Tom Wheeler doesn't need any introduction. The only biggest thing I would like to kind of mention here is he was a member of the PCAS. So he knows the model city inside out, and I'm sure it is very dear to his heart, I guess. Please welcome Chairman Wheeler for his brief note.
Thank you. Well, I'm the one who's here thanking all of you, and I also saw a lot of you just a few moments ago over in the cafe over here in the courtyard. So I want to thank you and apologize. No, it's a wonderful place, but I did see so many of you over there, and I ran into Walter, who was running a bunch of with a bunch of you. But we are grateful to you for what you're doing. And one clarification: I was not a member of the PCAST, but I did a bunch of work with the PCAST, and what an important report that was, and teeing up the kinds of things that you have been working on here. And I recognize that I'm the guy who is standing between you and the progress of the report outs of the breakout session. So I'll get out of your way, except to say a couple of things. What you're doing is really, really important because, as PCAST said, if we're going to address the problem of the fact that they don't make spectrum anymore, and that spectrum is the pathway of the 21st century, there are really only two tools that we have. One is to find what the economic hot buttons are, because when you boil everything down in life, it basically comes down to economics, right? Oh, it's worth that much? Well, then maybe I can see things a little differently. I just came from the NAB meeting yesterday as a case in point. And the second is that even if you can solve the economic issues, sharing is crucial. And digital allows the kind of sharing opportunities that never existed before. So these are two Siamese twins, if you will. They're conjoined. And the work that you're doing here to develop the concept of how do you have a beta test, for want of a better description. How do you have a beta test for spectrum sharing in model cities, obviously, as the way to do that? My friend Peter Tenhula was here. There he is. The job that NTIA has done helping the federal government get to this point is non-trivial. And Peter, thank you to you and your team at NTIA. The job that the Defense Department has done in revisiting how they look at spectrum. I'll tell you a funny little story. So I had been here a couple of months and went with Renee and some others over to the Defense Department to talk about spectrum. And the last time that I had dealt with the Defense Department on spectrum was back when I was running CTIA, and it was the first time the Defense Department had ever given up spectrum, which was then repurposed and resold. And it was an arduous process. And so the weekend before our meeting over at the Pentagon, I'm reading through the Defense Department's spectrum policy document. And at home, my wife and I sit at a partner's desk where she's on one side and I'm on the other. And I'm sitting there and I'm reading and I'm going, whoa. And I'm apparently putting out some expletives. And she finally says to me, "What are you reading?" Because I keep coming out with these expletives. And I said, "I'm reading the Department of Defense spectrum policy, and I can't tell you how far it has come since the last time that I had to deal with the Defense Department on spectrum policy at the, back at the turn of the century." And so what DOD has done under the leadership and cooperation and coordination of NTIA has been very significant and non-trivial. We'll see part of that tomorrow in this room when we vote on the 3.5 gig report and order, which will do something that everybody said was impossible, and that is a spectrum sharing plan with the Defense Department that relies on technology over time to eliminate the exclusion zones so that truly we can enter a new era of spectrum sharing. The attitude that brought us to that point, the effort that brought us to that point has been significant. But we've got to continue that momentum. And that means that we've got to have the kind of work that you're doing about how do we build the models? How do we beta test the kinds of ideas? And so, as I say, I recognize that I'm standing between you and progress, so I'll get out of the way. But I do want to say thank you very much for what you're doing. And the kinds of feedback that comes from the work groups that you're about to get will be really important and really informative in helping us move through this process of making sure that we understand structures that will allow us to keep pushing forward on the matter of how do we successfully share spectrum. So thank you to all of you for participating.
Thank you, Chairman Wheeler, for that energetic remarks, and I'm sure that kind of further energizes, especially this crowd, where we are talking about Model City initiative. And one of the, I think, the biggest brains behind that spectrum policy DOD was talking is sitting here, right here, Fred Morfell, and whom you have seen yesterday. Thanks to Fred and the whole DOD team for really making it happen. Now, on to the next things. We are going to have the debrief for the two breakouts. So we'll have the governance debrief, and then subsequently we'll have the debrief on the technology. And I'm sure there are a lot of interesting discussions happen on both. And instead of having the cards to raise the questions for people here, we are going to have a free flow discussion with the mics. So there'll be 3 people with the wireless mic. So the way we are going to run this is about 6-7 minutes of the introduction by the coordinators, followed by a Q&A session. So hopefully we'll make it very dynamic and make it useful. I think this might be the most important session of the whole workshop in terms of really getting into some concrete information about Model City that we can use for the next steps, which I hope Julie has already planned. Thank you.
So, good afternoon. So for those who weren't at the governance breakout session, earlier we split the discussion into 3 parts. 1 is on the management side of the governance, 2 is the process, and 3rd was the funding. So what we will do, as Rangam suggested, that each of the coordinator will summarize the discussion in about 6-7 minutes, and then once we go through all 3 topics, we'll open the floor with a floating microphone, so that for those who weren't at that discussion, have any questions or comments, more than welcome to share your feedback. And also, again, the live questions at fcc.gov is available to submit your questions and comments online as well. Rangam, anything else?
No, I think we're good.
Great. So with that, maybe we'll pass the microphone to Jim on the management.
Thank you. As we started out the morning session, the whole purpose of the session was to define the general aspects of management, governance on a model city. One of the things some of the things we were looking at is what sort of governance should be established by the model city initiative. Define roles and responsibilities. It needs to be a clear and transparent process. It needs to create trust. Policies need to be flexible. Roles and contributions from FCC and NTIA and other federal entities. And the roles of the other stakeholders, state and local, academia, an R&D. Those are the things we put on the table. And the takeaways that I've gotten, the rest of the team can jump in, and anybody else, if I forget something here. There was talk about the funding and the revenue flowing back to the entities for credit. We need to look and consider the benefits of the stakeholders involved. I'll get to the selective panel here in a second. Support innovation. We need to look at economic development, hardship areas. We need to consider existing MOU and cooperative agreements, for example, NSF, some of the R&D efforts they do and some of the things they do with different cities and state and local governments now. Look at those agreements. Look at existing cities that have established wireless initiatives currently in place, and look at those MOUs between those stakeholders as well. What can we learn from them? A clear and straightforward licensing program, experimental licensing program. And there was quite a bit of talk about maintaining IP for, obviously, the commercial sector. We got that. I mean, I think I wrote it down about 10 times. So we have that, and obviously that will be a big consideration as well. To really summarize, what we came away with was we heard conversations of a multi-level management governance approach. So it would be from a federal entity level, FCC, NTIA, and other federal stakeholders working with state and locals. That would be the state and local stakeholders and other stakeholders, one level. The other level would be the municipalities themselves working with the commercial sector in their cities and their regions as well. Then, of course, the commercial sector working with federal and some input as far as on the IP side. So that was one approach of a multi-level management approach. The other one was, again, working with the cities, knowing that they're each a little different. And once you identify the stakeholders, bringing those stakeholders to the table and going through a panel process of working through and developing a governance and management model. Those were some of the key takeaways, and I would ask the rest of the panel here, did I forget anything or to jump in? Got it?
Okay, great. With that, maybe we'll just pass on to Diaga for the process.
Yeah, so the process discussion essentially was around two big topics, one about the stakeholders and other about the technical aspects of it. Now, in terms of stakeholders, the questions that were raised in the breakout were about what are the criteria and the process for selecting the so-called model cities, and what are the effective ways and agreements that can be put in place that will ensure that all stakeholders can benefit, and what are the different ways in which stakeholders can organize themselves. And in terms of the testing methods, the discussion revolved around what should be the process for selecting the various technologies that will be tested, and what are how do we go about selecting the frequency bands that will be applied at these model cities, and also regarding intellectual property and public release of data, what kind of data should be released, and how sensitive data can be handled in that context. So the discussion essentially said the key stakeholders essentially are the cities, local governments, the operators who will be providing these wireless services, and of course, I think the morning discussion stemmed around, yesterday's and today's discussion identified the need for having key applications that will motivate the need for these model cities. So the people who will develop these applications, whether it's researchers or developers or any other entities, would be another key stakeholders that have to be present. Now, into who should and what should be a model city, that definition was kind of a little bit vague. I don't think anyone wanted to converge on a definition on a model city per se. But at the same time, there are some concerns saying that if we put too many restrictions on what constitutes a model city, that may be excluding a lot of cities out there. So we wanted to have a lightweight definition structure for these model cities. But again, the fact that money will be involved in some form or fashion essentially means that you have to have some criteria. And whether it comes from the federal sources or not, I think we'll discuss it next. But Aaron's going to talk about it. But then the bottom line is there has to be some kind of lightweight governance, going back to the governance issues, a similar structure on the designations. Now, in terms of models, there can be different entities, right? That's in place. There can be there could be private and public partnerships, and who does the management and who does the financing, can be up for debate. But again, there's a good space for a diverse set of models that can come up with these model cities. Each of them can pick the one that matches their use cases. Now, the FCC and NTIA are open to pretty much all kinds of test models. That, for example, a question came up that talked about, can we have a model city that's testing a single application? For example, like something that DoD might be interested in. And the answer is yes, we are open to anything and everything. The FCC is not really interested in placing any restrictions. Now, in terms of local governments being involved as a stakeholder, an interesting comment that came up was that it will be easier to deal with a representative of the government, of the local government, than with the local government representative. Essentially saying that, you want to deal with a representative that is appointed by the city or the local council than to deal with the whole council itself, because it will be easier to resolve issues quickly. Now, in terms of technology selection, I think there's a little bit of a disagreement on the panel. There's a fine balance to be struck between promoting innovation while also ensuring that incumbent rights are protected if the incumbent's spectrum is going to be used. And so there could be different use cases again. We could look for, in cases where there's incumbents need rights to be protected, we want to make sure that there's a lab validation process that has happened before. And in other cases, there could be much more room for innovation in terms of what kind of technologies are being used and what bands are being applied to. And similarly, in terms of frequency bands, it can be a very use case specific. It could be tied to the level of usage. It could be tied to the level of protection that certain bands need to have. Whether who is going to decide on these things, it could go back to the panel, this selective panel, this high-level panel, or it could be the governing boards that these partnerships or model cities are going to set up themselves. So again, there's a lot more flexibility at that level, but again, somebody has to address these issues, and that remains to be seen as to which is the right place and forum to do it. In terms of data releases, I think it was pretty clear that every model city may want to run its own proprietary applications, and some of those application level data should not be shared necessarily unless the participants themselves are willing to share it. However, there's some interest in definitely an interest in sharing network level performance data that could be that could inform the use of these applications in other cities and other domains and other bands, for example. There are comments that brought up saying that you can have, if you can put forth a robust virtualized access structure that uses software-defined networks and other models, that will be very useful in securing these networks and prevent data leakage issues and ensure that privacy is maintained. And one of the comments that came up was that the cooperative research and development agreements, CREDAs, and similar models should be used to predefine the data sharing policies ahead of time, and that can be part of the package that these model cities bring to the table. And that basically is it. Yeah. Unless you guys have other things too.
Thank you, Tiago. Aaron, on the funding discussion.
Yeah. So one thing, and I forgot to bring this up in the debrief, but it was a note that I'd made that came out that was interesting, was that the idea that part of the pilot of the model city would be discovering the long-term funding model. And so as we go into this, there are questions about how you fund a lot of different aspects of this. We've talked a little bit about whether it's one city versus many cities. That has some real different implications for funding. And then, we've talked about these different layers of management and different layers at which, the process and governance happens. And they each have their own funding needs as well. And so this idea that there is an oversight at a federal level, top tier, that's really kind of a capacity funding and staff and management. And then at a local testbed level, you may have infrastructure costs, you may have sensor costs, you may have hardware and technology costs. So those are different kinds of inputs that go into this. Another, and I know this is an overarching point, was that there are really two two kinds of projects that we're talking about, and one is these near-term pre-commercial products that are really a beta test for a private company, and then there are more early-stage innovation-focused R&D kind of projects that are of interest to academia, and those probably also have different funding models. And it doesn't the feedback that we got, and we didn't have a ton of discussion about this, but we didn't have any disagreement that the Model City program ought to encompass both. So it's not that there's two different programs, but within that program, there's really different benefits that accrue and different costs involved in each of those two models. So we'll need to be sensitive to that and how we develop a funding model. Across the stakeholder groups that we've talked about, the sense is that there's a lot of value in this, and there's a lot of interest in people bringing things to the table. So for local governments, there's a certain prestige benefit. People like the idea of the stamp of approval. There's the ability to bring better services and new applications in a variety of sectors that benefit the citizens of the city or of the state. There are cities that are trying to figure out how to use assets that they've already invested in, and it could have that service benefit, could have the prestige benefit. And the last one is around economic development, which infrastructure is predicated on. And so cities are inclined, at least the cities that were in our session, inclined to bring resources to the table towards those ends, and it sounds like there's it wouldn't be too hard of a lift to bring some of that local capacity together, particularly in-kind resources. Nobody offered to write it into the budget for next year, but there's upside for cities. For industry, it's really a shorter term. It's this pre-commercial kind of beta test idea, and there's some concern because cities have industry partners have networks oftentimes, particularly the network operators. You may have. We didn't talk that much. I don't know if there were any hardware providers in the room. We didn't talk a lot on the hardware innovation side. So I think that's still an open area for how they might want to invest. But the operators that already have networks need to have a different incentive, and we talked about spectrum being the incentive because one point that came up is that spectrum itself is a valuable asset, and so we're not innovating in a vacuum here, or we're not completely asking people to build against an unleveraged or asset of unknown worth. We're asking people to build on something that we know has some intrinsic value. And then from a research and academic perspective, clearly they're interested in the test bed environment, in the experimental aspect. That framework needs more funding, and it needs bigger pools of longer-term funding. So we looked at sort of a low-end and high-end bookends of how you might fund a project like this, and particularly from an academic perspective, small-scale pilots were thought to be less attractive because you need to keep researchers employed, you need to keep students engaged, you need to keep a longer-term trajectory of the research and innovation. And there's also an economic development component to that. So I think everybody wants to see not just existing industry benefit in terms of developing new products, but new industries and new capabilities developed that lead to new business creation. The federal interest then it crosses all of these things, and that's sort of, I think the big question is what do NTIA, what do FCC, what does all the other federal departments bring to the table? And part of that is this stamp of approval. Part of that obviously is control of the spectrum, but there's also a sense that some of that capacity funding, whether it be matching local resources or matching local dollars, ought to be designated at a federal level also. The business innovation models need to make sense. So in terms of kind of supporting entrepreneurship and innovation across that spectrum, kind of back to the light touch in terms of what the process is. Allow these test beds to make decisions quickly and don't make it cumbersome. There were a couple specific financial mechanisms that were discussed. And we don't comment one way or the other on whether these are good ideas, but there were several people that mentioned using spectrum auction money. One person noted that was in the PCAST original recommendation, and it came out in another context in reference to the last the last auction. Another idea was a credit system that was established for how local governments bring resources to the table, recognizing that some people might have fiber assets, they might have management capacity, they might have sensor networks or other kinds of things that they can bring, and how do you assign value to those assets that, whether it be private industry or municipalities or other partners that bring to the table, to have a sort of holistic look at how you assign value to those different kinds of assets. And then finally, there were a few models, programs, or examples that people suggested looking at. The NSF's innovation funding came up quite a bit. ITR was the name of a specific program. And the CRADA, which is, what does that stand for? Competitive Cooperative.
Research and Development Agreements.
Yes, those were also suggested something that's already in place that has implications for process and governance, but also for how we might look at different funding mechanisms. Anything else?
Thank you, Aaron. So, we had a very active discussions, and, some of you were here and others were upstairs for the technology discussions. We are, we have about 30 minutes to have a little free discussion, so we'd like to just invite some of the questions and comments, whether you disagree with the summaries of our coordinators have just made, or you have additional questions or comments because you want to simply hear to talk about it. Just, do we have a microphone?
Question up here.
Yeah, it's coming up. It will come up. They have to spot you in.
You start the online question.
Yeah.
I wasn't part. I wasn't part of the governance, your session, but there's one fundamental thing that I just want to ask, okay, and it has to do with the roles and responsibilities that you're alluding to here, and what the roles and responsibilities that the FCC finds that it has in regard to the model city just in general. Do you find yourselves as being the enablers, which the word funding has a lot of different implications, okay? It could be enabling relationships and things of that nature, investment that you're making in this that's costing you dollars, okay? That may not go directly to the participants in this, okay? But what are the actual roles and responsibilities that you find that are FCC related compared to those that you expect to be investments done by private entities, government agencies, service providers, whatever, okay, and your role with regard to this enablement of the model city, if that's what you have as a criteria, okay, which I'm not sure, and how, with regard to the fact-finding that you've done now, what your original perspective of this was and how this may have changed. I don't want to put people on the spot, okay, but when would you think that you would have some type of synopsis that would basically say what your roles and responsibilities are and how you see this overall model city playing out?
So part of the process of this workshop is to tease out those expectations from the community, right? I mean, because again, regulatory agencies can play various roles. It all is a function of amount of time, effort, and money involved in that, right? So if you expect us to play a more hands-on role, it will take much longer, right? I mean, but the question is what can be done as fast as possible, and that's something that we want you as participants to chime in based on your experiences and what you know of what can be done in the private sector, public sector partnerships, as well as what you know can be accomplished in the federal agency side. So we want to tease out those expectations from your end first. Right? And that will guide us towards what level of role agencies will play in that.
And also, I think there has been some limited discussions of, what does FCC and NTIA bring to the table? What incentives are there for the other participants to be engaged? whether they're providing certain technologies or a certain test bed or certain source of fundings. That whole discussion, I think, it needs to be clarified so that everybody understands what they bring to the table and what they will leave on the table and take with them at the end of the day. So that's, I think, all still in discussion. I think we're just waiting for some of the feedback from the audience here too.
Yeah, I think somebody commented, FCC and NTA actually put the table. The food is really served by the other stakeholders. So from that perspective, I think one of the questions that we were trying to really discuss is what you really ask. In fact, I would be happy to receive your response of what do you think FCC and NTA's role should be, and maybe others can also participate. But based on the discussions, at least in the group that I heard, was FCC and NTIA provide the overall governance. And in fact, in our discussions, people talked about a 3-tier kind of a governance. One is at the central level, and then there is more specific project and performance related to the local, bringing in the local business entrepreneurs and stuff, happening at a much local level. And FCC and NTIA kind of providing the overall governance and principles. I'll be interested in hearing your thoughts, and maybe others can chime in.
Yeah, one of the comments made was the government sets the table but doesn't serve the meal. All right, and in that FCC and NTI bring certainty to the program, right, for the other stakeholders that are involved in the process.
Any other comments or questions?
There's a comment up here.
Amish? After that, we'll come back to you.
Yeah.
So I was in the group, but over lunch I had a new idea that entered my mind that I want to inject into this conversation. We love NSF, Tyaga, for all the support, long-term research as academics, but there is another alternative model, which is DARPA. Faster moving, go in and grab ideas from wherever the ideas might rest, and have a mission focus. So I'm wondering if there might be room for an alternative model, which is more focused like that.
Yeah, I think that's open. I mean, that's one of the notes I had, and I forgot to mention about, the stress placed and the need for more, getting academia and especially the R&D efforts of, DARPA and NSF, making sure they're involved in that process.
Just my own opinion, which a lot of people or some may disagree with, is that I really find FCC's role, this is my own opinion, that they're the enablers, okay? That funding, they are investing in their time, okay, and their expenses on being enablers, and that they may be making the marriages between academia and industry. They may be ironing out some of the difficulties that might arise there between different parties, okay? But they are also the people that make sure that something really, I wouldn't put it this way, stupid doesn't happen, okay? And that they monitor what's going on just really at that extent, okay? And that they do get reports with regard to the outcomes and things of that nature, because you are making an investment on what you're doing. But it's really that innovation has come from laboratories, it's come from academia, and it's come from industry. Okay, and that you really don't want to stifle that innovation, and that the role, I feel, of the FCC would be basically to make sure that that certain guidelines are being followed, okay, and that things are progressing in a positive manner, okay, and know when to pull out, okay, when things may not be going in the appropriate direction.
Great.
Any other questions or topics?
Daniel.
This is more a question to Daniel from INL. Your 3.5 gigahertz report and order is coming out tomorrow, as we understand. Are there any other bands that are being planned? And I'm assuming then that you are already talking to the incumbents to see that they are willing to play along in this experiment?
So there are other projects that we're working on, ranging from low centimeter waves all the way to upper millimeter wave bands. We already have issued the millimeter wave NOI a while ago that deals up to 70, 80 gigahertz band down to some of the 3.5, probably to one of the lower bands of a spectrum. So there will be additional spectrums that time passes that we would try to meet the demands of the industry. So I'm not sure if there's any specific bands that anyone have set their minds on this model city per se, but we're open to suggestions and comments from the industry as well at this point. Go ahead, Robert.
Thank you. The National Spectrum Consortium was brought up a few times yesterday. Does that play at all into the funding possibilities for the model city?
I don't know.
No,
I didn't hear.
No, from whatever I understand, I think Fred or someone from DoD might be the right ones to answer this. From whatever Fred kind of outlined yesterday, is basically that's for R&D for the consortium. But at the end of the day, the testing has to happen somewhere before deployment. So I think from what Fred was telling in terms of collaboration, there will be a significant connection between what NSC does and what the model city, what the NASTN is doing at some point. But at this time, I don't think it's kind of very well defined as to when the model city will come into a role along with the NSC.
Can I ask, do they fund things currently? And are they a funding organization?
Well, they have everything, the structure in place. They have not announced any awards yet. That's
I know, Fred, do you want to reply to this, Fred, maybe?
Yeah.
Fred is sitting.
He's quiet.
Like I said yesterday, I think it's still TBD. Like I said yesterday, I think it's still TBD as we try to define exactly what this model city is and how we lay out this whole plan. So I think there's still a lot to be determined. Like I said yesterday, I think we're going to first, depend on how we do it, our proposal is to leverage some of these existing facilities and organizations and try to leverage some of those capabilities first, and then we'll find out where the gaps are, and then we can start talking about what needs to be funded and how the funding piece rolls out. Thank you.
Daniel?
Hi, so I'm sorry to keep coming back to this thing, but if you're going to talk about a city, 3.5 gigahertz is not really a good frequency for covering something like a city. So it may be one of a suite of frequencies, and certainly millimeter wave goes the other way, but you do need something in the lower bands as well if you're talking about a model city and not a model building, model little area. So I would urge you to consider something in the lower bands, 600 megahertz, any 400 megahertz, something around that line that would work better with that, and I think that would be very important. And I'm also trying to couple this to the 500 megahertz that the president was talking about as releasing, and it's not very clear that where those 500 megahertz are totaling up to, because I don't think your 3.5 gigahertz is going to total up to 500 megahertz, is it? Or maybe I'm mistaken on that one.
Yeah, just to chime in on what Mike said and what you're trying to do, there is what's called as an interim progress report, which is published by NTIA in terms of the 500 megahertz, where that's going, what NTIA has been investigating. And that report is public. So that talks about several bands. That includes the 3.5 and things at 5 gig and other bands under proposal. Nothing else is right now, because that involves a very strenuous set of investigations and things like that needs to happen over a period of time. So if you really think that you have some great ideas and you want to follow, maybe we can follow up later and see what can go with that.
We talked about a little bit on the selection process. There were some voices of running some sort of a beauty contest versus whoever applies will get some sort of approval, and you go and figure your own systems and budgets and whatnot with a higher level guidance from whether it's FCC/NTIA/DoD and so forth. Just out of curiosity, do you have can anyone share their opinions of how many model cities within the first year of the program is appropriate or that's somewhat manageable? I'm sure it's more than one, maybe less than 100, but how many are we really? It will be interesting to hear anyone's perspective.
Yeah, Greg Buchwald from Motorola Solutions and Wireless Innovation Forum. I agree, it's more than one. Certainly, probably less than 100. But I think it has to do more with it might be kind of a mix between a beauty contest and every applicant, because I think you're going to have a number of different proposals coming in. That one might be a fairly simple broadband solution to customers that are underserved. The other one might be sensor networks, which came up in our technical discussion this morning. And then, of course, the defense aspects of it. Some city may actually, San Diego or somebody may want to actually work strictly on or work with defense to look at opening up extra spectrum, or allowing them waveforms into non-federal spectrum as the give back, the give and take that should occur through this process. So I think you're going to be looking at a number of programs, a number of different goals in mind, and that will kind of set perhaps the maximum number that you'll end up having.
John Piha, Carnegie Mellon University. I agree we need multiple goals. I'd actually be careful and say what we need are multiple venues to try out spectrum sharing ideas. I wouldn't even say we have multiple model cities. A model city might be a good thing. Maybe there should be more than one. Maybe another venue is portable infrastructure that can be carried where it's needed. Maybe another venue isn't a city at all. It's a remote area. But we need it is the things we want to experiment should drive how many models we develop, and there will probably be several. If it's 100, we're in deep trouble. And whether we want to do them all in parallel, I don't know either. We may want to start with one at a time, but we will undoubtedly need more than one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's Peter Fuhr from Oak Ridge National Lab. And you asked a very specific question, and it was, how many cities would you estimate? And so based on the conversations, both in the proceedings that were happening here, the meeting that was in this room earlier this morning, the one upstairs, I totally echo what you were saying, and that would be along the lines of a few cities. We need geographical diversity, the topological features, and then also applications related. I don't think there's a single city in the U.S. that's probably correct for a single model city based on all sorts of these parameters and other technological issues.
Go ahead. There's a comment up here. Michael, he's been there for a while.
Yeah, he's been. Okay. Hi, Brandon Ross, a reporter from Bloomberg BNA. With regards to spectrum sharing and FirstNet, have you guys considered what they're doing with what they will have to do eventually when they get their network off the ground with spectrum sharing and maybe some kind of dynamic system, or will you use that as a model maybe, or consider whatever vendor they might pick, or vendors, I don't know, as potential candidates for who might run your network, or who might run the Model City network when it gets underway? Thank you.
Okay, this puts together some things that other people have said. Okay, when I sort of look at this, I sort of think of urban, suburban, and rural. Okay, that's 3, and then there's probably different variants of that based on demographics, so that you probably have 4 or 5 different demographics with regard to that. Okay, so that brings it up to 12, and 12, 15. And then you'd probably want a second set to verify. So you're probably up to like 30.
Is it coming up?
Did we? I don't think we answered your question. Or was it the question was FirstNet, right? Are we considering FirstNet as a model city? Go ahead.
With regards to what they'll have to do with spectrum sharing, since they'll have spectrum that they won't use most of the time, are you guys thinking about looking at them as maybe a model for a candidate to run the networks, or as a model for the technology that might be used in spectrum sharing?
I think that was said earlier was I mean, pretty much everything's on the table. Obviously, there will be some spectrum sharing with FirstNet. I mean, they've made that pretty clear. But again, there's still a whole process to go with FirstNet as well. You know, the RFP process and the selection process, so they're quite a ways away yet still themselves. But to answer that question, I think everything's still on the table. So, sorry.
Okay, there's one question that has come online, so I think that's an interesting question. What is the perceived or desired time frame for establishing a model city? I would like to hear some comments from the people here. And
before we leave the last topic, I'd like to just make one final comment on that, on how many cities. And I echo what you said. I think there's a matrix that we need to consider that ultimately we would set up. And it's urban, suburban, rural, and perhaps deep rural, coupled with low frequencies below a gig, frequencies in the 1 to 10 gig, and then millimeter waves. And then finally the applications. There's so many different applications. So I think that kind of sets an upper bound on where we should end up being. But we need to take all that into consideration, because all of those will ultimately drive our policy long-term on access to the spectrum, and that's ultimately where we want to get to.
Okay, let me repeat the question again. What is the perceived or desired time frame for establishing a model city? From my perspective, I think it's really driven by what's happening in the nation in terms of the spectrum we are trying to do sharing with, and also opening up. That's on one side of what the government is trying to do. On the other side is what the stakeholders are really looking for. So, I would like comments from you to say, hey, where are you? Really, it depends on the kind of stars being aligned, I guess, the stakeholders being ready, and the time being ripe. So what do you think? And I would like to hear comments.
Hi, I'm Joe Cochan from US Ignite. I think one of the things that I think is important for bringing forward stakeholders and potential partners is for there to be at least some subset of the rules or the framework set that is likely to be set by NTIA and FCC to be out ahead of the first round of stakeholder and city solicitation. In other words, I think you're going to be in this kind of endless loop of, well, what would you like to do? Well, what are the rules going to be? And we'll tell you what we'd like to do. And so someone kind of has to take the first step forward. And I think knowing and understanding how long the government is going to take to, not to finalize rules, we all know that takes a little bit of time, but to say, well, this is the boundary of what we will allow. There is this, we will have some number, even being able to say there'll be a competition, there'll be proposals solicited for 1 to 100 cities, and they will have access to, 1 to 100 megahertz, and giving people some size of the bread box, knowing just a little bit what they're looking at. Because then I do think the faster that happens, the faster you'll get real proposals from real stakeholders and real communities with real ideas. The more that you wait to see what might bubble up, the more that you'll insert more uncertainty into the process. Because people will say, well, I would do a lot of things, but I don't know what's possible, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time brainstorming just to find out 6 months from now the government's going to have a set of rules that would never allow my brainstorm to happen. So at least putting some amount of constraint. And I have no idea. I'd be curious to know what the time frame is envisioned for that, at least the first loosest set of constraints that FCC and NTIA would put out there for communities?
I think we heard from yesterday's discussions where I think a similar question was asked that kind of highlighted that minimum 6 months, an average 1 year to get something going. I think,
Yeah, I think I would think when Julie comes in, most likely he'll give his own idea of what he thinks. But so whatever I'm saying may not be really relevant. But I think the intent at least is to get this launched as soon as possible. So that once again, as I said, depends on the alignment. But the intent is to, from our side at least, the intent is to launch something soon. I would like to hear if anyone else is thinking there is some technology, there is some interest in doing something quick. We are ready to go. Is there anyone with that kind of a stake? Go ahead.
Either Mike.
Once again, thank you for a direct question. Is there something that's going forward? And on the industrial side, and once again, Department of Energy National Lab. So related to the grid, there are companies in the private sector that are interested right now in trying to test their sensor systems. So it's not mobile broadband, but sensor systems in such an environment. 6 months, 9 months, this year.
There's a comment.
So I spoke about Madison, Wisconsin in the morning, and I know that our city, for example, is trying to do an RFP to build out a citywide network for various kinds of uses, and I think something like this can also be very interesting in our city scale. We also work with our metro transit system, so we have opportunities for applications and services we can bring up very, very quickly. At least it can be a first baby step in some sense. So I'm sure there are others. I've heard in the US Ignite context, some cities also talk about applications. So I think there are a few at least I'm aware of.
Hi, Santiago from the city of South Bend in Indiana. I think that it depends on the type of application and the type of future that you see with the model city. If it's something that demonstrates value for the residents, I think that the city would be more willing to participate and come in and kind of act as a intermediary point between all of the different stakeholders. But I think that if you start piloting applications and things that are going to start solving municipal issues, I think that it solves the question about time, and it also starts addressing the question of how many cities. So I think that it's not so much about, it'd be nice to design a well-organized experiment, but getting the willingness and the readiness and all of those elements aligned, I think that should kind of, all the past three questions start dictating one another.
Yeah, the Hoboken initiative is also pretty ready in terms of the mayor's support and some of the companies that are already ready to test a few of these ideas. It could be, again, a small scale in the beginning, but we are also pretty ready to go.
Sujit, Hoboken. Hold on.
We discussed in the morning session, and Taga, I think, rightly summarized the definition of model city. I'm still struggling with, what does it mean selecting a model city, or what does it mean starting this program? What does exactly that mean? So it depends upon what it means, because, for instance, in many of the cities, effort is already underway, including in San Diego. Building the right alliance is not easy, so it takes a lot of effort. Now, it doesn't have to be completely complete to start an effort. So what does it mean starting the model city program? What does it mean selecting a model city? Is it providing license to the spectrum? Is it sorry, not license, I shouldn't have used that term. Is it providing the spectrum? Is that the definition of model city?
I think that is one of the questions that still has to be resolved, and multiple people have brought this up, so something to work on.
Actually, testing, as you rightly pointed out, it involves a lot of things, right? It involves spectrum technology, license, infrastructure, tools and techniques, and the need, and also an intent to share the spectrum in some band, a collective intent, if you will. So, and then the collaborators, I would think, from my perspective, the collaborators coming and saying, hey, I see the need, I'm proposing this. Then I think that might be a good starting point. Instead of we kind of saying, I think there is a need, you, go and do this, right? So it's kind of both ways. So I think the next step of what we can do from our side and what the collaborators from the different cities and ecosystem coming up and saying, and I think that will be the meeting point to say, okay, let's start doing the testing at this. And then, of course, there are both sides in terms of both the commercial entities and the federal entities coming together to perform the testing and trying to find some value to go forward.
One thing I think you're hearing pretty clearly is that cities are ready to go and do something. They don't really know what it is, and they kind of don't even care. They just want to go do something, and that's kind of how cities work, right? And the people who are here have this experimental attitude. I think one model that comes to mind, there was a out of the White House, I think the Mayor's Maker Challenge. For maker cities, and they put out a checklist. It was like 11 things, and they were pretty low barrier things, like call a round table of your makers, appoint somebody in your city office to be a liaison, come up with some. There were some higher lift things, but when I got that from our mayor's office, I was like, oh, we're already doing half these, but there's something nice about having a checklist and saying like, okay, we're kind of hewing to this agenda. So I think something that could happen really quickly is to take the cities who have interest in doing something now and just lay out, 5 or 10 steps of, okay, here's what we want to see you do over the next 6 to 10 months. We'll give you some sort of imprimatur or, stamp that indicates you're an exploratory model city or something like that. And then put some parameters around what kind of outcomes we want to see from those cities. So if one of the things is assemble your stakeholders and give us a list of, these are the kind of infrastructure assets that we're looking at, and tell us what sort of public-private partnerships you have already. These could be the kind of questions. And then when they get that body together, they'll be able to ask the local stakeholders, which includes the academic community and industry, what bands of spectrum are you interested in within these different parameters? And whoever made the point about the sooner you can set some parameters out there, the more definition, the more clarity you can give the box. But I think cities would be able to move pretty quick on that. And the other advantage is that it then includes those cities' input into all these other governance and process things that we don't really want to develop, I don't think, without having the local cities involved anyway. So I think some of that could happen very quickly.
I just was thinking that it would be very useful if the federal government, maybe a joint effort from FCC and NTIA, could set up a website where you can list a link to all the model cities initiatives around the country, so that people can have a platform to look at what's going on and maybe open up for collaborations between different entities. So because I see there's already some efforts in San Diego and many other places. It would be nice to have them all in the same place.
Very good idea.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm following up on what she said. It seems to me that ultimately all this depends on money. And all the cities that are all ready to go and raring to go would still like some money. And the only piece of money that I've heard identified so far seems to be coming from the OTA agreement that the DoD was working on. So to me, it seems to be 2 or 3 fundamental requirements. One is identify the bands in which you think this would work. B, identify the sources of funding, if necessary, some new sources of funding, and then let the marketplace work. Certainly identify maybe some, I wouldn't say controls, but some oversight or monitoring that they would have to work with so that they report their results in a consistent manner so you can make some decisions. I think those 3 are required. In the absence of funding, other than the 3.5 gigahertz work, I see this as a very academic exercise.
Thank you, Daniel. Oh, by the way, this is Sandra Cruz-Poe from NSF. Forgot to tell about it. Something else that I think it would be nice to have on this website, following what Daniel said, is to add also the complexity of the test bed, so that when people look at it, they know, like Stuart from DoD mentioned, we chose Puerto Rico because it has the mountain range, it has a high humidity sometimes, maybe it has a receive observatory, which is vulnerable because it's passive and cannot be detected by the dynamics, things like that, so that when people look at it, they say, hey, I have a menu here, and my venue is going to be very similar to this venue because I'm going to have the similar challenges. So to add the challenges to that portal. Thank you.
So I think the kind of the bookends that we have heard is, I think on one end, a lot of these, more of a smaller scale projects or research or some technology validation. And earlier, I think we heard from AT&T that they want to look into some, pre-commercial testing, something that evolve into some standards and eventually a license and system they will deploy that will kind of get them interested and make some investment on that. So I think it's just a matter of how do we, manage these two ends of the, concepts, and what's a good middle point, and where we as an FCC and NTIA add value to make such thing to happen.
That's basically what I was wondering, if there was some infrastructure, or cellular or commercial providers here, and someone mentioned there wasn't.
There were some, but I think they left.
They were here. They're on.
Okay.
Listening on the web. Yeah.
Okay, but where you're talking about AT&T being here, I would have thought that others would have had interest in attending here also if they found it to be pertinent to their business. And are there any reasons why you feel that they're not coming or it didn't show up?
Okay, I don't think we can guess on somebody else's, but I don't even know if they're on the web. So
I know it is at least one person here. At least one person here from one of the big vendors.
Quite a few are listening on the web.
Yeah.
T-Mobile was here.
Yeah. T-Mobile was here. AT&T was here.
Just in the bookends that you were discussing, if we could change that to a three-legged stool. We're a totally private activity seeking licensing. I think that is a distinguishing feature from some of these other considerations. We're going to have everything everybody else has. We're going to have infrastructure and all the things that you ticked off. But our biggest interest is certainty of a licensing process. That's the biggest impediment in terms of our ability to address user requirements. And at the same time, it's one where we think that if it's standardized, at least for us, it could benefit the other participants, the other stakeholders.
Okay, I think we're done with the questions. Okay. So any last questions? We are, I think, through with the time almost.
Going once, twice.
Okay.
Well, many thanks to our
thanks to the
coordinators.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Yours would. You went first to. I don't think there's any reason. Thank you. Give me Gibson, I throw batteries. That's not. Yeah. Is there only one? No, there was Derek. Derek. Please hide. You gonna sit over there?
We're on the phone quite a few times, so nice to see you.
Likewise, yes. Excuse me.
isolate things all by themselves. It's pretty neat.
Here we go. Everybody have water?
I think so. Yeah.
Water not only in me, but on me.
Yeah. All right. So, okay. Well, welcome to, I guess, the last session of the day, and I guess at this point we're the only thing keeping you between listening to Julie speak very eloquently. So we'll move this along.
You like that?
We have a great panel discussion and a really good group of coordinators. So again, just real quick, I'm Ira Keltz with the OET, and Derek Clopin from NTIA co-moderating, and our coordinators, Kurt, I always mess up your last
Kurt
name.
Schablock. From Federated Wireless.
From Federated Wireless, and Tom Dombrowski from Wiley Ryan, and John Piha from Carnegie Mellon. We had a real good discussion on the technical aspects of Model City, ranging from a whole host of issues. And John did not step back quick enough, so he was elected to give the quick overview before we take questions. And I think the rest of us will jump in as needed. So, John, take it away.
So I'll mention a few random things I thought were interesting, and my fellow panel members will point out how wrong I am or fill in the gaps. First of all, I think it's interesting that we cannot come back with a consensus. There really was no consensus among the group on lots and lots of things. In fact, I found it fascinating. Many of us came with preconceptions about what we were doing that turned out to be quite dissimilar, and maybe this will help us understand some of the issues that we have to work on going forward. So we're going to get the entire community on the same page, and I'll try and go over some of those issues that were raised, even if they were not all points of agreement. Starting with what we're trying to do, actually, I think even in this last conversation, I heard some different thoughts about what we are trying to do here. But at least for some of us, what we are trying to do is build trust in new spectrum sharing arrangements of one kind or another, and that means removing uncertainty that exists and that isn't easy to get rid of without going to a model city. So if uncertainty and trust I'll keep coming back to. We want to help with real decisions. I actually learned that people came at this with very different ideas of which decisions. Some people thinking that this is about FCC decisions and we're about informing FCC regulatory decisions in a number of ways. Some of we also may see this as informing the decisions of current license holders, particularly government license holders, but perhaps commercial as well, to allow sharing? And do we give them trust in the new system and inform them? And maybe we remove uncertainty and inform those who would like to come in and do something new. And in fact, all of those different perspectives may matter and may give us different things to work on. Lots of different specific issues came up, at least were mentioned. Rumor has it that something is going on in 3.5 gigahertz. Maybe that's a place to play. It was millimeter waves came up. Wi-Fi and satellite sharing issues were mentioned. Vehicular networks at the upper 5 gigahertz, very interesting things. 5.3 gigahertz where government radar is. All these were mentioned. Again, there was no big consensus of that's the thing we need to do, but they came up. And different people came at this from different places. At this point, I heard people doing what I think of as bottom up. Just tell us what the band is for the model city or what the bands are, and that's what should drive what we're doing. And I heard people coming entirely top down. Forget about the bands. We need to figure out the application and the use case, and that will drive everything else. And in the middle, there's, what is the technology? Is it about cellular? Is it about radar? Is it about vehicular? Is it about something else? Or the sharing model? Is this, the 3.5 three-tier model? Is this a cooperative model between license holders? Is it something else? So all of these have some kind of validity. At least the way I'm thinking of this is the model city is supposed to eliminate or reduce uncertainty, and there are multiple kinds of uncertainty. we heard, the phrase emergent behavior yesterday. There is uncertainty about when you take a model, when you scale it up, does something unexpected happen? And that's going to depend on the technology and the sharing models. So perhaps that means we need to try different sharing models and different technologies, and we need to prioritize, and we haven't done that yet. We don't agree yet on how to do that. There's also uncertainty about how users will actually behave that you can't do in the lab. And that depends on what applications they're doing. So maybe we need to try different applications, and which means we need to prioritize, and we don't have consensus on that yet either, and that's something we need to work on. And there's uncertainty about, wave. Our models of wave propagation are very far from certain. It depends on frequency band. It depends on terrain. Maybe we need to try different frequency bands. Maybe we need to try places with different kinds of terrain. Okay, all of those different perspectives came up. I also learned that there were different ideas about what kinds of regulations existed in the model city, which could in theory range from the model city has spectrum regulations just like every place else, except it's well instrumented, to it's the Wild West and people can do anything they want. And there is a trade-off here. If you want to experiment with new things, you need to allow new things that might not be available in other cities, but you also need some constraints because these are real people trying to live their lives with real applications, and you need to prevent and react to harmful interference if it comes up. So that's something that needs more understanding and more discussion. For all of this, if we're going to learn anything, we probably need some kind of infrastructure to gather data and to gather information about how how things are working in the model city. Is the whatever sharing scheme we're trying working effectively? If it's not, what is the cause of the problem so we can think about whether mitigation is possible? Or we can shut it down very quickly if we need to. All of that we need to figure out how to do. The license holders, the spectrum users in the city probably are going to want to be looking for problems themselves, but we was said we can't expect them to do it all, nor for that matter would I think they would be able to do it all. So we need sensors, we need some kind of communication infrastructure to get information from the information collector. How does that work? We didn't quite figure it out, but it came up as issues. And we're not entirely sure yet what information we need to collect, and we need to figure that out better than we have so far, but there was a start of discussion. An interesting problem that came up in that as well, that doing that and detecting problems may require access to some sensitive information. Maybe you need to know something about the signals that exist in the band already, or maybe you need to know something about the location of transmitters that is sensitive, and then we're going to have to figure out how to manage that sort of thing. Once data is collected, there's even more information, or even more issues about sensitive information that came up. On the one hand, this is a model city. This is a trial. We want to learn from it. You want to gather a lot of information and share it with everybody so we can all try and understand what happened and learn as much as possible from it. On the other hand, we are collecting potentially, whether we mean to or not, very sensitive information. Are we going to learn about a DoD facility that's in the area, or are we just going to learn about the citizens? When are they home generating signals at their homes, or when are they away, or who knows what information we're going to collect? So there are information issues about who gets access to the information that may need to be worked out. It's pointed out that there are obfuscation tools, but which ones do you apply, and who applies them, and on what data? This wasn't said, but to make my own editorial comment, this to me implies there has to be some trusted entity who is managing the data, who we all decide has the ability and to do what we think needs to be done with it. But we don't know who that is yet. Actually, that issue came up. One of the few things I think I heard agreement on, and it came up in a number of times in a number of ways, is that we need trusted relationships between the various players and various spectrum users. They need to be notified. They need to share information once it's going on very quickly. And the trusted and while there was agreement on that, I think those of us who've tried these things know that can sometimes be a little harder to do than to say. Anything?
Thanks. I think a lot of the discussion, although we were focused on what are the technical requirements, kind of came down to you need collaboration and trust. That seemed to keep coming up over and over again, regardless of what the model city is. And that comes down into a lot of assessing interference. How are we going to define interference, and what are we going to do about it? And some of the ideas that got thrown around in that respect were, once you establish something, should there be an independent arbiter? Maybe involve some of the universities, somebody who doesn't necessarily have a stake in the game, to kind of oversee what's going on as a neutral party, to try to help if interference occurs, and how to mitigate it or remove it. In that respect, some of the conversation also revolved around what are the requirements on the participants? Should they be required to publicly register, whether it's a website or whatnot, exact locations of every transmitter with some detail on what they're doing, and in order that folks could easily track down where signals are coming from if they need to. Or should some sort of an identification signal be put on all transmissions? I think some of that might also depend on where you're doing this, whether the difference between, and again, this gets in a difference between doing something in like New Mexico empty city versus a mid-tier, mid-level populous city or suburban area versus doing something downtown Manhattan. Obviously, there are going to be different requirements for either of those. The other thing that seemed to come out was the notion: crawl before we walk, before we run. Let's not throw it open to be everything. I think this gets into some of what John said is, do we pick one or two projects and let it go, or pick one or two bands and let people see what they can do with it? But either way, some of the ideas were you need to develop a plan. And stick to the plan so folks know what's going on. And starting from what's the basic model you're going to use, moving to field testing and deployment models to get up to looking at things at scale through a citywide type deployment. I think that covers most of our conversation. Tom,
I was just going to say, even though our panel was supposed to be just about technology, I think I was struck by how much overlap there was between our discussion and the governance discussion. And I think it highlights the fact that we have to know what it is before we can get into the technology discussion. And I think defining what this model city is the first step, and then we can actually get into the technology discussion. I think we spent a lot of time, I thought, on sort of governance on most issues rather than technology issues, and I think that's just because it's very vague right now, and until we know what it is, it's hard to get into to discuss technology.
Yeah, I think overall we probably identified a whole host of issues that any one of them themselves could probably take a good day or two of a deep dive discussion, which is, I think where we probably will have to head down, in the future as we start trying to pull this together from this very vague notion of a model city, as we're hearing all these different ideas, to something that looks implementable, that people are willing to participate in, and we can start seeing something built, deployed, and get results that we can all use as we move forward as we into more complex spectrum sharing scenarios, or even just development of new technology. So, yeah, go ahead.
And I think there were some very good takeaways with regard to infrastructure that's needed to support the testing. In particular, there's some discussion around the concept of a radio observatory, as Ira was mentioning, around how to monitor for interference, how to act as the sort of the arbiter between parties in testing. There was also some discussion around databases and a spectrum access system, and the need for that technology to not only help sort of moderate access to a model city, but also be an innovation that could be tested. And I think also there was a good bit of discussion around sort of how to progress the test efforts from the virtual to the real. So in other words, how to make use of a lot of the lab facilities that exist today, whether it's the facilities that NASTN or the CAC or others are developing, as maybe the first proving ground before technology is actually, brought live in the field.
Okay.
No, I think it's good scope.
Okay. With that, I guess we'll open it up to questions, and just want to remind anybody out there watching over the web that they can send questions to livequestions@fcc.gov. Anything? And if not, we can wrap up quick.
Hi, this is from the site group here, the empty city in New Mexico. Just a data point, it's not an empty city. There are 350 employees and about 3,500 supporting jobs off of that. So there will be people there. They'll just be downstairs in the operating city.
Thanks for the clarification.
John, you made a comment from the seat here. I wonder if you discussed this in the committee. The term model city draws attention to fixed infrastructure, not mobile things. Did you get into more of that? Vehicle-to-vehicle communications, autonomous cars, there might be a lot of action, drones, and so on.
In the session, we didn't get into that at all. So mobile means two things. One is it means the things, your examples of drones and vehicles are the things you're looking at are mobile. Actually, I'm working on a very big vehicular network test bed that is citywide and has some of the elements that I would look for in a model city, but not all. There's a lot to learn there, although it still has to have fixed infrastructure where you measure things. I think I would hope that a model, I think that's actually one of many great things a model city could do. But I was actually referring to, you need test equipment to figure out whether this works. How about mobile test equipment? You want to find out how this works with weather radar. You move the test infrastructure to where the weather radar is and keep it there for a month, and then move it someplace else. That to me is at least as interesting as a model city. And I would actually, assuming we have the resources, I hope we get to do both.
Yeah, I think the distinction wasn't trying to make between fixed and mobile services, that we would only look at things that are fixed and not think about mobile and mobile broadband or vehicles or people moving around. It was more, what's the fixed infrastructure that needs to be in place within an environment to support whatever testing you're doing, whether it's a sensor network or the test equipment or a fiber backbone to move data around, and so on and so forth. But there's a whole host of resources that are needed besides just the radio under test in order to support all that testing. I think that's what we meant by fixed infrastructure within a place. Anybody else? Oh, in the back.
I just wanted to know what you mentioned about the radio observatories. It's very important to take that into account because most of them are passive, so they never transmit something. They will never be detected with any dynamic antenna system. So that's why it's so important to have an updated database. And I know that NTIA is working with that project about all the passive users, and that's very important.
Yeah.
We will near one of these radio drones and observatories already.
All right. Thanks. I don't think the mic was on, so just to repeat in case people didn't hear and for the folks out over the web, I think the comment was to keep in mind the fact that there's lots of passive services out there and folks who are just doing sensing, such as the radio observatories, and we need to account for that also, which is a good point and didn't necessarily quite come up in our discussion. By observatories, I think we were kind of thinking, again, as I had mentioned, of somebody to oversee this, somebody to kind of be looking out for some oversight, observing the spectrum, the test, what's going on. But you do make a very good point. that we do have to be cognizant of other services. But I think that goes in general, in our general discussion about interference and whatever you do. I mean, anytime you're going to do testing, especially something new, the expectation is at some point there might be some sort of interference, depending on how you define it. And within the model city, if you know beforehand and things are set up correctly, that might be part of what you're trying to figure out is, where are the boundaries? If I turn a certain piece of equipment up, 10 dB, is that okay, or is that going to cause a problem, or is it only 5, or maybe it's even more? So I think there's a whole host of things that you get into here. But one of the things we were hoping when we talk about an observatory or spectrum observatory was, again, some sort of oversight, a neutral party that can maybe kind of keep an eye on things and be able to arbitrate if things do happen, or help with interference resolution should things occur, and be able to do it quickly, or to kind of get in the middle of maybe I don't want to say disagreement, but a difference of opinion among parties on, how they're adjusting different parameters, and is that causing interference or not, or are claims reasonable or not, and things of that nature.
Hi, this is Rangam. I speak. I understand basically the governance aspect was beaten up, I guess, pretty heavily on the other side. So I'm thinking maybe we should open up a few more questions that is of interest, I guess. There are two questions I want to throw up here. One is, should there be a threshold criteria established for entry into the model test city program from different aspects? For technology, architectures, applications, and services, I know that either we say, hey, it has to be perfect, or it has to be different levels, and also based on different aspects of what you're testing, it can be at different levels. I don't know if there was a discussion that went on in this. Either the panel or others can comment on this. The second is, what type of support is needed? Different kinds of stakeholders are coming to test in this. From a technical perspective, what is the support that is really needed, which will kind of drive, I think, the funding, and also what different stakeholders can bring to the plate.
I'd be happy to jump in on the first one. So we did actually discuss that point in the session a little bit about what level of maturation of technology, is really appropriate for testing at the model city. And, it almost raised a broader question of, is the goal really more experimentation, or is it really more validation of technology? And, I think we had some very good discussion around that. I think the general conclusion of the group, or opinion of the group, was that it really needs to be both, that you want to truly create innovation through experimentation, but that obviously through the trust and confidence and other factors that you're able to cultivate through the model city environment, it's a great location or place to also test and validate technologies before they're getting closer to potential commercialization. So I think there was sort of broad agreement that it needs to do a little bit of both goals. I think it also plays into the concept of leveraging lab facilities as well, that the lab environment can be a terrific sort of initial proving ground for technology before you have to broaden that exposure into the field.
Anybody else? Any other questions, comments? Well, that was quick. Is Julie back? Somebody got to do a little song and dance? Well, I guess if no more questions, I think we probably ought to not just sit here and, but we should, I guess, Matthew, maybe you want to jump in, start a wrap up?
Well, at least I'll keep my pants on. So. Well, Julie was expected to give the wrap up, but at 3:30. So we're a little early, so I'm a little bit on the spot, so to speak. But he's actually at a briefing with the chairman. But I first want to thank everyone involved in attending the conference. We really appreciate it. I think there were some very interesting and thought-provoking panels, presentations, and then also discussions in the breakout sessions. And I also want to thank the support staff, NTIA, and here at the FCC for holding this. Certainly, Wendy Wiggin, Cecilia Solhoff, Wrangham, Joelle Tester, and then also the AV staff here that provided seamless audio and video throughout the conference or workshop. It was very appreciative. And I don't know if Wrangham, if you have a few.
Since I think Julie would really like to come and talk, I guess I think let's have a break for maybe 20 minutes, and then let's come back and converge.
If I could channel Julie for a minute,
okay.
I believe he would make some comments along the lines of, number one, thanking all of you for participating. I think we've had a good day and a half of very interesting discussions, a lot of ideas coming out of this, and a lot of things we need to kind of sit back, think about, and see where we go from here. And the thing to keep in mind that this is the beginning of a process. It's a concept that's been around for a couple of years now, coming out from the PCAST report is where we started. Been developing for a while. We've started to give it more thought. We had a roundtable a month or two ago that developed into this workshop, and this has taken it another step. I think we learned quite a bit, and a lot of it is we learned what we don't know or where there's plenty of differences of opinion on what people think this is or should be and how it should progress. And what we need to do now is take those issues and give it some thought and probably have several more meetings like this, maybe not quite to this scope of and deep dive down on some of these issues with you folks who are interested, stakeholders from all sides of this, along with the Commission and NTIA and other interested parties, the industry players, and see how we could start mapping out the parameters based on the discussions we've had the last day and a half to really start putting some meat on the bone here and be able to get something that is usable and that we can really learn a lot out of and create new technologies or better ways of using existing technology and moving forward and keeping the U.S. at the forefront of the communications industry and leading the world here. And so I think with that, I think it's been a very productive day and a half, and I want to thank everybody who helped and joined in and participated. I think we've learned a lot.
So thank you very much. We really appreciate it.